The rain falls softly on the cobblestones of a city that feels older than memory. Look up. Those ornate buildings with their strange, spired roofs, those massive stone facades covered in symbols we can no longer read. Who built them? The history books give us names and dates, a simple story of progress from the mud hut to the skyscraper. But what if the story is wrong? What if there are chapters missing, entire empires ripped from the pages? There is a whisper in the architecture of the world, a ghost in the machinery of our past. It speaks of a place that isn't on any modern map, a people whose name has been scrubbed from the record. It speaks of Tartaria. This is not the story you were taught. This is a story of a world that was a magnificent and global civilization that soared to impossible heights, only to be shattered, buried, and deliberately forgotten. This is the story of the great silence and the echoes we are just beginning to hear. The whisper in the stones, our journey begins not in a library, but in the forgotten corners of your own world. Have you ever passed a grand old building that seemed out of place? A colossal post office in a small Midwestern town built like a palace. A massive windowless warehouse in a Siberian forest, made of brick and iron with no record of its purpose. Or those strange star forts scattered across Europe and Asia, their geometric shapes pointing to a forgotten science of war. Official history calls them Victorian whims, Tsarist projects, colonial oddities. But the theory asks a simpler, more terrifying question. What if we didn't build them? What if we merely found them and claimed them as our own? This is the first clue, the crack in the wall of accepted time. It is called orphaned architecture. These are structures that do not fit the neat timeline of human development. They are too big, too advanced, too ornate for the people and technology supposedly available at the time. Look at the old patent office in Washington, D.C., a building of such staggering scale and grandeur that its construction in the 1830s seems almost mythical. How did a young, cash-strapped nation build such a timeless marble temple? The theory suggests a different origin. It proposes that after a great cataclysm, survivors emerged into a world littered with the ruins of a previous age. They moved into these buildings, adapted them, and over generations, forgot they were ever not the builders. The construction dates we have are not dates of creation, but dates of renovation, of claiming. Then there are the maps. Ancient and medieval maps often show a vast, mysterious territory in the heart of Asia and stretching across the northern hemisphere, Tartaria. It is not a small kingdom. On maps from the 15th to the 18th centuries, it is an empire, sometimes the largest single entity on the globe. It is described in encyclopedias of the 1700s not as a barbaric wasteland, but as a land of many cities, diverse peoples, and great wealth. The 1771 Britannica describes it matter-of-factly, and then within a century it vanishes. The name disappears from maps, replaced by Russia, Siberia, Kazakhstan. It is erased as if it never was. How does an entire empire, known to cartographers for centuries, simply evaporate from human knowledge? The erasure feels deliberate, like a line of text carefully inked over. The final piece of this initial mystery is the technology. Photographs from the late 1800s and early 1900s show American cities like Chicago and San Francisco filled with these impossibly grand buildings, yet also show vast stretches of empty, muddy streets. The theory points to images of the mud flood. There are countless photographs from around the world showing buildings half buried in earth, with first-floor windows and doors at ground level, suggesting a catastrophic event that deposited layers of silt and mud, swallowing the true first floors of a prior world. Workers are seen digging out cities, not building them from scratch. Alongside this are the strange, free energy devices of the late 19th century, the towers of Nikola Tesla, the mystical wireless systems, which the theory posits are not inventions, but rediscoveries. They are attempts to reverse engineer the leftover technology of Tartaria, a civilization that mastered the very forces of the earth and sky. The stones, the maps, the mud, the sparks of forgotten science, they are all whispers, telling us that our history is a palimpsest, a document written over a much older and far more incredible text. And so we must dig deeper into the mud and the silence to find the beginning. The world before the cataclysm, if Tartaria was real, what was it like? We must push past the ruins and the muddy photographs to imagine the living, breathing world. This was not an empire of stone and steel alone, but a civilization woven into the very fabric of the planet, operating on principles we have long since forgotten. Imagine a globe interconnected not by steam engines and telegraph wires, but by a vibrant, pulsing energy grid. The theory suggests that Tartaria, or the global civilization that bore that name among others, understood the Earth's natural ley lines and magnetic currents. Their architecture was not merely decorative. It was functional, designed to harness this free ambient power. The great buildings we now find so puzzling, the cathedrals, the Capitol domes, the immense exhibition halls, were not just places of gathering. They were nodes in this network. Their ornate spires and copper domes acted as antennas, drawing down atmospheric energy or channeling terrestrial currents. The strange, non-Christian symbols often found carved into their stonework. The all-seeing eyes, the celestial patterns, the geometric mandalas were not random masonry. They were schematic diagrams, instructions for a technology that blended the spiritual and the physical. This was a world where science and mysticism were one and the same, where to understand the flow of energy was to understand the flow of life itself. Their cities were designed in harmony with this principle. The star forts seen from above are not just defensive structures. Their complex geometric shapes, multi-pointed stars, circles within squares, suggest they were massive capacitors or stabilizers for this planetary energy system. Placed at key points across the continents, they acted to balance and distribute power. The wide, grand avenues of cities like St. Petersburg or Washington, D.C., radiating out in perfect geometric patterns, may have served a similar purpose, creating conductive pathways through the urban landscape. Transportation, the theory proposes, would have used this energy. Visions of silent, gleaming airships gliding between the spires of cities, not powered by noisy engines, but by tapping into this invisible grid. Land travel may have used frictionless systems along engineered channels, making the movement of people and goods across vast distances like Siberia or the American plains not only possible but effortless. The society itself is imagined as one of profound harmony and advancement. With energy freely available, the concept of scarcity, of grinding poverty fueled by labor, may have been foreign. This was not a utopia without conflict, but a civilization that had solved the fundamental problems of sustenance and power, allowing art, learning, and spiritual exploration to flourish. Their knowledge of the natural world was deep and symbiotic. They built not by brutalizing the landscape, but by aligning with it. Their buildings used megalithic stone, a material that seems to hold and conduct energy, fitted together with a precision that defies simple chisel and hammer explanations. The consistent architectural style found worldwide, the classical columns, the grand arches, the obsession with symmetry and celestial alignment, points not to global colonialism by a recent European power, but to a shared, older root culture. A global civilization speaking a common technological and architectural language. This was a world connected, a planet-spanning culture aware of its unity. From the plains of America to the steppes of Asia, from the deserts of Australia to the forests of Europe, the same principles of building, the same understanding of energy, the same artistic motifs prevailed. They lived in a golden age, a silent, gleaming world of crystal-like spires, humming with a low, pervasive energy under clean skies. They mastered their environment so completely that they may have even influenced the climate itself, creating temperate zones where now there is only frost. This is the world that the theory sees glimmering behind our own, a ghost image of splendor. But such heights are precarious. A civilization so intricately tied to the forces of the planet is also vulnerable to them. And the evidence suggests that the planet itself, or perhaps the heavens, finally turned against Tartaria. The Golden Age was not to last. It was waiting for the storm. The great forgetting cataclysm and reset the end did not come with a declaration of war. It came from the sky and the earth itself. The theory proposes that the Tartarian world, so delicately balanced upon a web of natural energy, was shattered by a catastrophic event of unimaginable scale. This was not a simple war or a slow decline. This was a planetary reset. The primary suspect, woven from countless global myths and geological clues, is a massive electromagnetic disturbance, possibly triggered by a near pass of a comet, a solar micronova, or a profound shift in the Earth's poles. This event did not just topple buildings, it attacked the very foundation of Tartarian society, its energy grid. Imagine the moment. The sky, perhaps for weeks or months, filled with terrifying electrical storms, fiery hail, and strange, crackling auroras that descended to the ground. The humming energy that powered the cities would have become a screaming, destructive force. Antenna spires exploded. Ley lines surged and burned. The great capacitors of the star forts overloaded, becoming epicenters of devastating energy release. The silent airships fell from the skies like burning leaves. The sophisticated systems that regulated climate and agriculture failed utterly. This was followed by the Earth's violent response. Massive earthquakes ripped continents, swallowing cities whole. Tidal waves of mud, generated by colossal rains and seismic liquefaction, poured across the landscapes. This is the mud flood captured in those haunting 19th century photographs. Not a slow accumulation of dirt, but a sudden, deliberate burial. Entire cities were encased in a thick, viscous layer of earth, their first floors becoming basements, their grand doors now underground tombs. The mud was a preserver and a concealer, freezing the advanced world in a thick, damp coffin. In colder regions like Siberia and Alaska, this event may have triggered an almost instantaneous freeze, a flash frost that preserved structures and even remains in permafrost, explaining stories of mammoths found with fresh food in their stomachs. The climate of the entire planet was thrown into chaos. Regions that were once temperate, like the interior of Tartaria, became the frozen wastelands of Siberia. Lush areas turned to desert. The world map was physically and climatically redrawn. The human cost was beyond calculation. The vast majority of the global population living in dense, technologically dependent cities perished in the initial cataclysm, drowned, buried, electrocuted, or frozen. The survivors were not the kings or the scholars. They were those on the fringes, in simpler communities less reliant on the great grid, or those few who managed to escape the urban burial grounds. They emerged into a literal dark age. The sky was blotted out by dust and vapor for years, a year without a summer that lasted for generations. They faced a world not only broken but actively hostile, filled with the monstrous, half-buried skeletons of a former age. Knowledge died first. The survivors were hunter-gatherers in a ruined museum. They could not read the symbols on the walls. They could not restart the humming machines. The principles of the energy grid were as magic to them, and deadly magic at that. They took shelter in the still-standing upper floors of the mud-clogged buildings, lighting fires in rooms designed for crystal energy, misunderstanding the purpose of every artifact. Languages fractured and simplified. The global civilization shattered into isolated pockets of traumatized people, their history reduced to myth within a single generation. They told stories of gods who fought in the heavens, of great floods and fires, of a towering civilization that angered the sky. These are the deluge myths found in every culture, from the Bible to the Epic of Gilgamesh to the legends of the Native Americans. They are not prophecies, they are memories, but the cataclysm was only the first blow. The burial was natural. The forgetting, however, was helped along. As the dust settled and new powers began to rise from the ashes, they encountered not only ruins but surviving fragments of the old world. Some were technological curiosities. Others were pockets of Tartarian descendants clinging to shreds of their old knowledge. The new regimes, the expanding empires of Europe, the rising Romanov dynasty in Russia, the nascent United States, faced a dilemma. How do you build your own new world on top of the old when the old is so clearly superior? The answer, according to the theory, was not admiration. It was theft, and then it was cover-up. The great forgetting was about to become a deliberate act. The scavenger kings building a new world on old bones out of the mud, and the silence, new shapes began to move. These were not the heirs of Tartaria, but its scavengers. The cataclysm had created a blank slate, a world littered with the most incredible raw materials imaginable. Prefabricated cities, indestructible buildings, and mysterious technology. The rising powers of the 18th and 19th centuries, the Romanovs, the Habsburgs, the British Empire, the new American Republic, found themselves in a bizarre position. They were like children wandering through the abandoned mansion of a genius, able to occupy the rooms but unable to comprehend the blueprints for the lights. The first order of business was claim staking. Vast territories, once the heartland of the global civilization, were now deemed empty, or inhabited by primitive peoples. Siberia, the American West, the interiors of continents, these were not wildernesses but post-apocalyptic landscapes. The theory suggests that the great land rushes and colonial expansions were not about conquering nature, but about claiming the still usable infrastructure of the old world. When Russian czars sent expeditions across Siberia, they weren't discovering untouched land. They were cataloging ruins and surviving network nodes. When American settlers pushed west, guided by manifest destiny, they were following old geometric roads and settling in valleys where gargantuan, ornate buildings stood empty and half-buried. The next step was rebranding. This is where history, as we are taught it, begins to be written. A magnificent star fort-shaped structure becomes a Vauban-style fort built by French engineers in the 1730s, despite local legends saying it was always there. A colossal marble administrative building in a tiny Midwestern town becomes a courthouse built in the Greek Revival style. Its construction attributed to a handful of settlers with no access to quarries or advanced engineering. The consistent story is always one of recent, heroic effort by the new regime. The narrative of the 19th century becomes one of explosive, miraculous human progress, from log cabins to marble palaces in a single generation. But the theory asks, is this progress or is it inheritance? Were they building or were they simply digging out and renaming? Photography, newly invented, becomes a tool of this transformation, but also inadvertently a witness to the truth. Official photos show proud officials in front of newly completed buildings, but look closer. The new stone is often weathered, stained by centuries of elements. The landscaping is non-existent. The building rises from raw, muddy earth as if it has been exhumed. Other photos show the construction process, which often involves teams of workers not raising walls, but shoveling mountains of dirt away from already standing walls. They are excavation crews, not construction crews. World's fairs and great exhibitions of the 1800s take on a sinister new light. These events, where nations showcased their technological and architectural marvels, were less about invention and more about reverse engineering and display. The theory posits that the fantastic temporary cities built for these fairs, like the White City of the 1893 Chicago Columbian Exposition, were attempts to mimic and control the old aesthetic using rediscovered techniques. They were declarations by the new kings. We control the magic now. But the old magic was dangerous. Stories of explorers and workmen meeting strange fates begin to circulate. A crew digging out a basement touches a strange metal rod and is found dead, with no mark on them. A section of an old building, when breached, releases a foul, trapped gas or a strange, cold light. The scavengers didn't understand the buildings they occupied. They cut wires that weren't wires, removed stones that were structural in ways physics couldn't explain, and painted over symbols that may have been safety warnings or operating instructions. The old world wasn't just dead, it was occasionally and lethally dormant. This fueled a superstitious fear alongside the greed. The old civilization had to be not only claimed but spiritually defeated. So the new rulers placed their own symbols atop the spires, crosses, eagles, stars, not just as claims of ownership, but as talismans to overwrite the old power. They were performing an exorcism in stone and mortar, building their history literally on top of a buried one, hoping the past would stay silent. But the past has a way of whispering through the floors. The architecture of secrets, a global blueprint to understand the depth of the cover-up. One must learn to see the world differently. It requires looking not at the purpose of a building as explained by a modern plaque, but at its bones, its placement, and its silent conversation with other structures across impossible distances. The architecture left behind is the strongest evidence of a unified, global predecessor civilization, and it speaks a language of geometry, energy, and astronomy that our current history cannot translate. This is not about style, like Greek Revival or Gothic. It is about a deeper, shared, functional blueprint that spans every continent. Take the humble courthouse. In thousands of towns across the United States, particularly in the Midwest and along the early rail lines, stand immense, imposing structures of stone and marble. They feature massive columns, grand staircases, towering domes often topped with intricate metalwork, and elaborate stone carvings of owls, scales of justice, and all-seeing eyes. The official story is one of civic pride, pioneers pooling resources to build symbols of law and order. But the theory asks practical questions. Where did the quarries come from? Where were the foundries to cast the immense iron domes? How did a town of 2,000 people, just decades removed from log cabins, possess the architectural knowledge to design and the skilled masons to execute such flawless classical geometry? The scale is all wrong. These are buildings meant to serve populations of tens of thousands, dropped into villages. They look less like they were built for the town, and more like the town grew up around them because they were already there, landmarks in a reset world. Then look higher at the domes themselves. They are almost always metal, copper, brass, or iron, and fantastically ornate. They are not simple roofs. They are complex assemblies of interlaced metal, often with a central spire acting as a finial. In the theory, these are not decorations. They are residual technology. They are collectors and dissipators of atmospheric energy. The pattern of the metalwork might act as a fractal antenna. The dome shape itself is a perfect capacitor. The oculus, or eye at the top, is often not just a window, but a lens or a focusing apparatus. When you see these identical domes on Capitol buildings, churches, and courthouses from Paris to Prague to Pittsburgh, you are not seeing a fashionable trend. You are looking at the standard architectural component of a global system, a component whose function has been forgotten, leaving only its majestic, mysterious form. The pattern extends to the ground plan. Cities worldwide are laid out in sacred geometries. Washington, D.C., with its diagonal avenues forming pentagrams and its alignment to celestial events, is the most famous. But it is not alone. St. Petersburg, St. Louis, Paris, Milan, all feature central points with radiating avenues, often aligning with solstice sunrises or specific stars. These are not accidental aesthetic choices. In the Tartarian model, these city plans were functional schematics. The avenues acted as conduits, channeling terrestrial energy towards the central domed structures, which would then amplify and redistribute it. The entire city was a living circuit board. The star forts, often found defending these cities or standing alone in strategic locations, served as grounding points or regulators in this planetary circuit. Their geometric bastions are perfectly designed to dissipate energy overloads, a critical feature if your civilization runs on a planetary grid vulnerable to surges. This blueprint appears in the most remote places. In the Kazakh steppe, in the Australian outback, in the South African veldt, stand solitary, colossal buildings. Grain silos, administration blocks, railway stations, built in the same ornate, over-engineered style. They are made of gigantic, perfectly fitted stone or brick, with arched windows and decorative cornices, serving simple functions in the middle of nowhere. Their existence defies the logic of colonial economics. Why spend a fortune on decoration in a functional industrial building on the frontier? Unless, the theory argues, you didn't spend a fortune. You found it. You simply repurposed a still-standing node in the old network, calling it a railway station because the trains you were now building happened to pass by it. The architecture is the map, and it shows a world once connected by invisible lines of force, a world that whispered in a single global architectural tongue. Now we walk its streets and call the language gibberish, or worse, we call it our own. But the stones remember their true purpose. They wait, silent and patient, for someone to read them again. The silent witnesses maps, mud, and memory. The written record was the first thing to burn, to drown, to be scrubbed away. But history leaves echoes in other places. It is stamped onto the skin of the earth in lines we no longer walk, drawn on parchment that survived the flames and buried in the mud alongside the bones of the cities. These silent witnesses, maps, geological anomalies, and the stubborn persistence of folk memory form the corpus delicti of a forgotten age. They do not speak in the clear prose of a history book. They whisper in riddles and show us shadows where we were told there was only light. Let us begin with the paper ghosts, the maps. For over 3 centuries, from the 1500s through the 1700s, cartographers across Europe consistently charted a vast territory labeled Tartaria or Great Tartary. It sprawled across the entirety of Siberia into Central Asia and often into parts of North America. It was not depicted as a blank, unexplored wasteland. It was a political entity filled with cities like Kambalu and Grangavu, with defined borders, mountain ranges, and rivers. The 1706 map by Johann Baptist Hamann shows Imperium Sinicum, China pushed to the far right with the massive Grand Tartary dominating the center of the continent. The 1771 Encyclopedia Britannica describes it with matter-of-fact detail. Tartary, a vast country in the northern parts of Asia, bounded by Siberia on the north and west. This is not fringe knowledge. It is mainstream geography. And then, like a mirage, it vanishes. By the late 1800s, the name is gone. Siberia is simply Siberia, a province of Russia. How does an empire evaporate from official knowledge so completely? The theory posits it was not a peaceful dissolution, but a deliberate cartographic assassination. As the Russian Empire solidified its control over the Siberian ruins, it needed to erase the prior claim to the land. Maps were redrawn, encyclopedias updated, and the word Tartaria was relegated to the dustbin of history, a curious mistake of old, ignorant geographers. But the Earth itself holds more stubborn records. The mud flood phenomenon is the geological witness. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of 19th and early 20th century photographs from every continent show the same bizarre scene. magnificent buildings with their ground floors partially or completely submerged in clean earth. In St. Petersburg, majestic palaces have their elegant arched entryways below the current street level, requiring stairs to descend to the front door. In New York, Chicago, and San Francisco, buildings stand in landscapes of raw, churned mud, with workers shoveling dirt away from foundations, not pouring them. The entombment is too uniform, too widespread to be the result of poor drainage or gradual siltation. The mud line is often perfectly horizontal across an entire cityscape. This points to a singular, catastrophic deposition event, a slurry of water and fine soil unleashed on a continental scale, likely from the cataclysmic melting of ice or the seismic liquefaction of the ground during the Great Forgetting. These photographs are not showing us cities being built. They are crime scene photos, documenting the excavation of a buried world. The old world charm of European cities with their sunken courtyards and basement cafes may not be a quaint design choice, but the lingering scar of this global burial. Finally, there is the witness of memory, the stories that cling like moss to the stones. Every culture on Earth possesses a foundational myth of a great flood, a golden age destroyed by angry gods, or a time when giants walked the earth and built with colossal stones. The Bible's deluge, the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, the Aboriginal Dreamtime stories of sea level rise, the Native American legends of a world before the Great Water. These are not coincidences. They are the fragmented, mythologized recollections of the survivors of the cataclysm, passed down through generations in the dark age that followed. Similarly, local legends often attach to specific orphaned buildings. An old courthouse is said to be built by the devil overnight. A star fort is called the place where the old ones made the sky fire. These are not just colorful tales. They are intuitive explanations from people who could not believe their recent ancestors built such things. The folk memory retains the sense of awe and otherness that official history seeks to stamp out. The maps show the political shape of the lost world. The mud shows the violence of its end, and the myths hold the emotional truth, the trauma and the wonder of a fall from grace. Together, they form a testimony that contradicts the simple story of linear progress. They tell us that our past is a layered thing, and that between the lines of our accepted history, an entire civilization is waiting, silent and submerged, to be heard. The ghosts in the machine technology and suppression, the most dangerous legacy of Tartaria was not its empty palaces, but its dormant technology. For the new regimes inheriting the Earth, these artifacts were both a tantalizing prize and an existential threat. They represented power beyond understanding, power that could uplift humanity or shatter the fragile new order. The 19th and early 20th centuries, as told by the theory, were not an age of invention, but an age of frantic, often deadly archaeology. It was a race to uncover, to reverse engineer, and if necessary, to suppress the ghosts in the machine. Consider the sudden explosion of inventions. The theory suggests figures like Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, and Alexander Graham Bell were not lonely geniuses conjuring miracles from the ether. They were brilliant adapters, men who were given access to fragments of Tartarian technology or who studied the still functioning principles in the old architecture. Tesla's obsession with wireless energy transmission, his Wardenclyffe Tower designed to tap into the Earth's own electrical field, mirrors exactly the proposed function of the great domes and spires. His descriptions of a world powered by free ambient energy sound less like prophecy and more like a technical manual for a system that once existed. Similarly, the rapid advancement in electrical systems, radio, and even flight may have been leaps made by standing on the shoulders of a buried giant. The first airships resemble the graceful, silent vessels described in Tartarian lore. The strange, ornate design of early electrical generators and World's Fair pavilions might not be decorative whimsy, but necessary functional shapes copied from older blueprints. But this technology was unpredictable and perilous. Stories of mysterious explosions, of research labs burning down, of inventors meeting untimely ends fill this period. The Great Fire of Chicago, the devastating fire at the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair, the Tunguska event in remote Siberia in 1908, a massive explosion with no crater leveling trees in a radial pattern, are re-examined not as accidents or meteors, but as experiments gone catastrophically wrong. Perhaps someone had triggered a forgotten power source. Maybe a surviving energy conduit had been accidentally activated. The new rulers, the scavenger kings, faced a dilemma. This technology could make them gods, but it could also unravel their control. A world with free energy has no need for coal barons, oil magnates, or the vast systems of economic control being built. It democratizes power in the most literal sense. Thus, a policy of controlled adoption and active suppression was born. Useful, monetizable fragments of the technology were released in a drip feed. The light bulb, the radio, the automobile, always attributed to a modern inventor and packaged within a system of patents and fuel costs. But the core principles, the knowledge of a holistic, free energy grid, were deemed too dangerous. Research was compartmentalized. Inventors who got too close to the truth were discredited, their funding cut, their labs mysteriously destroyed. Tesla died in obscurity, his papers seized. The architectural language of the old world was systematically stripped of its meaning, reduced to mere Beaux Arts or neoclassical style, its functional symbols called decorative motifs. The ultimate act of suppression was the systematic destruction of the most obvious evidence. This wasn't just about ignoring ruins. It was about actively dismantling them. The theory points to the bewildering number of magnificent buildings demolished in the 20th century, often under flimsy pretexts. The massive Penn Station in New York, a temple-like structure of granite and glass, was torn down in 1963 for a profitless sports arena and office block. The Federal Post Office in Washington, D.C., a building of staggering scale, was gutted and repurposed. Countless courthouses and civic buildings across America were modernized with drop ceilings and drywall, sealing away the ornate, energy-conductive plasterwork and sealing in the secrets. Was this just progress? Or was it a sanitization? Each demolition erased not just a building, but a node in the old network, a textbook in stone that could no longer be read. The ghosts in the machine were being exorcised, one magnificent palace at a time, replaced by sterile, non-conductive steel and glass boxes that whispered of nothing older than their own construction date. The past was not just being forgotten. It was being physically deleted from the landscape. The world that never was piecing together the Tartarian soul beyond the mud, beyond the stolen technology and the demolished buildings, lies the most haunting loss. The people. Who were they? The Tartarian theory moves from examining physical evidence to the perilous task of anthropology, of trying to reconstruct the spirit of a civilization from its scattered bones. This is not about finding a king's name or a date of a battle. It is about glimpsing the world view, the philosophy, the very soul of a world that has been scrubbed from the collective human memory. The picture that emerges is not of a monolithic empire of conquerors, but of a diverse, sophisticated, and spiritually advanced global culture, unified not by force, but by a shared understanding of the universe. Their relationship with nature was not one of domination, but of conversation. The consistent use of sacred geometry, the golden ratio in their arches, the precise celestial alignments of their cities, the fractal patterns in their metalwork, suggests they saw the universe as a coherent, mathematical, and living system. They did not simply build on the land, they built with it, aligning their structures to Tellur lines, magnetic vortices, and solar and lunar cycles. Their buildings were not separate from the environment. They were instruments for harmonizing with it, for amplifying its beneficial energies and stabilizing its chaotic ones. This points to a science that did not separate the observable from the spiritual. To understand the flow of terrestrial current was to understand the flow of life force. Their technology was, therefore, inherently sacred. The domes and spires were both power plants and temples. This holistic view likely extended to their social structures. With energy freely available, the driving forces of scarcity, greed, and aggressive expansion that define so much of our recorded history may have been minimized or channeled differently. The theory imagines a society where labor was not a burden for survival, but a pursuit of craftsmanship, art, and knowledge. The staggering quality of the masonry, the delicate beauty of the ironwork, the sheer artistic ambition on every surface of their public buildings speak of a culture that valued beauty and precision as intrinsic goods, not as luxuries for an elite. Education would have been central, not in rote memorization, but in understanding the interconnected principles of nature, energy, and geometry. They may have been masters of what we now call soft sciences, resonance, frequency, the effect of shape on energy, sciences our modern materialism has long dismissed. Their global reach suggests not an empire in the Roman sense, but a federation or a commonwealth of aligned cultures. The consistent architectural language from Europe to Asia to the Americas could be seen as a shared technical and spiritual lexicon, adapted to local climates and materials, but rooted in the same core principles. There may have been regional centers, a Siberian hub, a North American node, a European nexus, all linked by the energy grid and perhaps by those silent airships. They might have seen themselves not as citizens of a nation, but as stewards of a planet, their identity tied to their role in maintaining the balance of a global system. Then comes the most poignant question of all: what did they look like? Official portraits and descriptions from the era of their erasure are, of course, filtered through the prejudice of the new powers. They are often depicted as Mongolian or Asiatic, but these may be simplistic caricatures of a far more diverse population. Given their global presence, Tartaria was likely a melting pot of ethnicities, a true world civilization. Their clothing, as glimpsed in a few odd engravings that don't fit standard historical narratives, often appears flowing, ornate, and strangely timeless, made of what look like fine silks and furs, adorned with symbols similar to those on the buildings. They carried themselves, in these rare images, with a dignity and calm assurance that contrasts with the frantic energy of 19th century photography. Piecing together this soul is an act of mourning. We are not just looking at lost buildings. We are looking at a lost potential for humanity. A path where technology served spirituality, where beauty was functional, and where human settlement was a conscious act of planetary harmony. This vision stands in stark, tragic contrast to the world that replaced it, a world of smoke, scarcity, and historical amnesia, built by scavengers who understood the buttons but not the symphony. The ghost of Tartaria is not just a political entity. It is the ghost of a different human destiny, one that was buried in mud and lies. And in our deepest myths of a golden age, a garden from which we were exiled, perhaps we are still remembering in our bones the world that never was, but once truly was. The resistance of reality anomalies that defy the story, the official narrative of history, is a smooth road, paved with known dates and clear causes. But travel that road for long enough, and you will hit cracks, jarring, inexplicable anomalies that cannot be easily paved over. These are the places where the map does not match the territory, where the story breaks down, and where the buried past seems to push through the thin soil of accepted truth. For the Tartarian theory, these anomalies are not mere curiosities. They are the resistance of a deeper reality, refusing to be completely silenced. Consider the sheer logistical impossibility of many 19th century constructions. Take the Trans-Siberian Railway. Begun in 1891, it is a marvel of engineering, crossing thousands of miles of the world's most brutal terrain. The official story tells of heroic laborers with pickaxes and dynamite, but look at the supporting infrastructure. Along its route are massive, ornate stations built in the middle of nowhere, in Irkutsk, Krasnoyar, Novosibirsk, structures of such grandeur and solidity they would befit a national capital. They are built from gigantic blocks of stone, with vaulted ceilings, stained glass, and intricate facades. How, and more importantly why, were such palaces for trains built in remote, barely populated outposts at the same time the rail was being laid? The theory suggests a simpler answer. The railway was laid to connect these pre-existing, magnificent structures, which were already there as nodes in the old Tartarian system. The rail followed the old energy grid, and the stations were not built, but repurposed. Then there are the mysteries of the American West. Photographs from the 1860s and 70s show cities like Salt Lake City, Sacramento, and San Francisco already packed with monumental, classical buildings at a time when their populations were supposedly just a few thousand gold prospectors and traders. The famous cable car photographs of San Francisco show a bustling metropolis of stone and marble, not a wooden mining town. The construction timelines defy belief. The theory points to the 1906 San Francisco earthquake and fire. The official story is that a wooden city burned and was then rebuilt in stone. but many pre-1906 photos already show a stone city. The catastrophe, then, may not have destroyed a simple town, but provided the perfect cover to explain the origin of a sophisticated one that already existed. The rebuilding was really a renovation, a chance to rewrite the city's birth certificate, move to the landscape itself. Across the plains of the Midwest and the steppes of Eurasia are vast, geometric patterns visible only from the air, crop circles of the Earth itself. Straight lines that run for miles, perfect circles and squares etched into the soil. Archaeology calls them ancient Nazca-like geoglyphs or unexplained land divisions. But what if they are the scars of the old infrastructure? The shadows of surface-level energy conduits or the grounding lines for the atmospheric technology, now only visible when the conditions are right. They are patterns that speak of a consciousness that planned on a continental scale, a scale the nomadic tribes or early settlers of recorded history never operated on. Even our trees tell a strange story. In city after city, old photographs show young saplings planted in tidy rows in front of these colossal, weathered buildings. The trees are small, the buildings look ancient. This is the opposite of what we expect. We expect ancient trees surrounding a young building. This repeated visual clue screams that the buildings predate the urban landscaping by centuries, that the trees were planted by the new inhabitants to dress the set of their newly claimed ancient stage. Finally, there is the silent testimony of the materials. The megalithic stones, the flawless brickwork, the fusion of different types of stone and metal in ways that seem to defy thermal expansion. Modern attempts to replicate this masonry, even with power tools, often fail to achieve the same seamless precision. The consistency of the style worldwide, at a time when global communication was supposedly by sail and telegram, is itself the greatest anomaly. Style does not spread that fast, that perfectly, unless it is not spreading at all, unless it is the remnant of a prior, universal condition. Each of these cracks in the official story is a place where light from another time leaks through. They are inconvenient, unanswered questions that the standard model of history must explain away with ever more convoluted tales of heroic effort and coincidence. But the simplest explanation, the one that connects all these disparate cracks into a single, fractured whole, is that we are living in the sequel to a civilization we have not been told about. The past is not obeying the script we wrote for it. It is whispering its own, much older story. The keepers of the flame's secret societies and hidden knowledge, as the New World Order cemented its power, building its empires upon the graves of the old, a dangerous question began to circulate in whispers among the elite. What if the old world wasn't completely gone? What if its knowledge survived, not in libraries, but in fragments, in traditions, in the very bloodlines of those who remembered? The theory suggests that the cataclysm did not eradicate all understanding. Scattered groups, sages, engineers, spiritual leaders of the Tartarian world, survived the mud and the darkness. They went underground, both literally and figuratively, becoming the first keepers of a dying flame. Their mission was not to rebuild their world, which was impossible, but to preserve its truths for a future age, and to subtly guide the scavenger societies away from total self-destruction. This is where history and conspiracy intertwine. The rise of secret societies and esoteric orders in the 17th and 18th centuries. The Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, the Bavarian Illuminati takes on a new dimension. Their obsession with sacred geometry, celestial alignment, and the lost word of a master builder may not be metaphorical allegories. They may be the veiled preservation of literal Tartarian engineering and spiritual principles. The Masonic symbols, the compass and square, the all-seeing eye, the checkered floor representing duality, the pillars of Bose and Jachin, could be diagrams from a forgotten technical manual. The rituals, the degrees of initiation, the secret handshakes, were not merely for fraternity. They were a way to encode and transmit dangerous knowledge under the noses of church and state authorities who would see it as heresy or a threat to their power. These societies, according to the theory, infiltrated the very institutions of the New World. They became the architects, the bankers, the politicians, and the scientists. Their dual purpose was to steer the clumsy, violent new civilization towards a semblance of order and beauty, using the old blueprints, while also ensuring the core secrets of free energy and true history remained hidden from the masses. Why keep it hidden? Because such knowledge in the hands of a traumatized, fractured humanity, still ruled by kings and greed, would be a weapon. It had to be controlled, meted out slowly. So they designed the new capital cities with the old sacred geometries. They ensured the great cathedrals and government buildings were built, or rather rebuilt, incorporating the functional symbols and energy channeling shapes. They were trying to heal the planetary grid, one node at a time from within the system. But not all keepers agreed on the method. Schisms formed. One branch, perhaps the more purely preservationist, focused on hiding the physical evidence. They may have been responsible for the systematic sealing of underground tunnels, the encryption of maps, and the secret relocation of artifacts to remote monasteries or private vaults. Another, more interventionist branch sought to actively rebuild power. This could explain the sudden, mysterious wealth and influence of certain families during the Renaissance and Enlightenment, funds possibly drawn from accessed Tartarian repositories or technology. It might also explain the passionate, almost mystical drive of certain inventors who seemed to be channeling ideas from nowhere. The battle was not just against ignorance, but against other scavenger kings who wanted the technology purely for dominion. The keepers had to work in shadows, planting seeds of the old knowledge in art, in music, in the foundations of buildings, hoping the symbols would someday be understood again. They became the gardeners of a hidden history, tending a flame in a very long, very cold night. Their legacy is the eerie feeling that someone, long ago, knew much more than we do. It is the nagging sense that our world is filled with purposeful clues we are too blind to see. The street patterns that align with stars on a specific date. The painting that hides a geometric cipher in its composition. The children's fairy tale about a buried castle that echoes a local ruin. The keepers salted the earth of the new age with memories of the old, hoping that one day someone would start to piece the puzzle together, not from a place of power, but from a place of genuine curiosity. They knew the truth was not a weapon to be wielded, but a light to be rediscovered, and they built a secret, silent school to ensure it would never go out completely. The modern awakening digital ghosts and grassroots truth for over a century, The silence held. The demolished buildings became parking lots. The strange maps were filed away in historical errors drawers. The old families with their secrets grew distant, their knowledge perhaps fading into ritual without understanding. The 20th century, with its world wars and frantic technological progress, seemed to cement the official story of linear human ascent. But then, a tool emerged that the scavenger kings and the secret keepers could never have anticipated: the Internet. It became the digital equivalent of the mud flood excavation, but this time the people held the shovels. The global brain, connecting curious minds from every corner of the earth, began to notice the cracks, and the whispers of Tartaria found a megaphone. It started in fragments. A person in Kansas would post a photo of their town's monstrous, ornate courthouse, asking online, "How could pioneers have built this?" Someone in Siberia would share a 19th century engraving of a strange, spired city in the remote taiga, now vanished. An architecture student in Italy would overlay the floor plans of star forts on 3 continents, proving their geometric identity. Alone, these were curiosities. Together, woven across forums, image boards, and later, social media platforms and YouTube channels, they formed a tapestry of doubt. The Internet allowed for the instantaneous, side-by-side comparison of orphaned architecture from Philadelphia to Phnom Penh, revealing the uncanny global consistency. Google Earth let anyone fly over the plains to see the geometric land scars. Digital archives put centuries of forgotten maps at everyone's fingertips, where the word Tartaria was plain to see. This grassroots investigation bypassed all traditional gatekeepers. No university approval, no peer-reviewed journal, no television network's editorial control was needed. The evidence was presented raw, in photo albums and video essays, with simple, compelling questions asked over and over. Why does this look like that? Why is this building here? Who really built this? The theory spread not as a single, rigid doctrine, but as a collaborative, open-source detective story. People began re-examining their own backyards with new eyes. The grand old library, the train station that felt like a cathedral, the odd mound in the local park that resembled a buried bastion, all became potential evidence. Family histories were reread. Grandma's story about the town square being much older than they say took on new weight. The reaction from the mainstream was and remains a mix of dismissal, ridicule, and uneasy silence. The theory was labeled pseudo-history, its proponents conspiracy theorists. The anomalies were explained away with increasingly complex academic jargon or simply ignored. But the sheer volume of visual evidence made outright dismissal difficult. The Internet had created a digital echo of the very phenomenon it was studying, a vast, interconnected network of information, humming with the energy of shared curiosity, bypassing the centralized controls. It proved that the desire to understand our past is a powerful, unstoppable force. This modern awakening is not about proving every detail of Tartaria as a historical fact. It is about something more profound, reclaiming the right to question. It is a mass exercise in looking at the world and deciding the official story doesn't fit. The digital ghosts, the scanned maps, the archived photographs, the satellite images, have given people permission to doubt. They have created a global community of amateur sleuths who understand that history is not a closed book handed down from authority, but a living, breathing mystery buried in plain sight. The mud is being cleared not with shovels, but with pixels, and with each shared anomaly, each connected dot, the silhouette of a forgotten world grows sharper. The great forgetting, it seems, may finally be meeting its match in the great remembering. The shadow in the science, climatology, genetics, and silent data, the battle over Tartaria is not fought only over buildings and maps. It seeps into the very sciences we use to understand our world and ourselves. Here, in the cold data of tree rings, ice cores, and genetic codes, the theory finds some of its most unsettling and controversial footholds. These are not the romantic whispers of architecture, but the clinical numeric echoes of a catastrophe, a shadow that official narratives struggle to explain away without invoking uncomfortable gaps. Begin with the silent testimony of the trees. Dendrochronology, the science of dating by tree rings, provides a timeline of past climate events. Wide rings mean good growing years. Narrow, dense rings mean stress, cold, or drought. Researchers have compiled a master chronology going back thousands of years. Yet there is a period, particularly in the mid-19th century, where tree rings worldwide show a sudden, drastic period of stress and stunted growth. This coincides with historical records of the year without a summer in 1816, often blamed on the massive eruption of Mount Tambora. But the tree ring data and ice core samples from glaciers suggest a longer, more complex period of global climatic chaos spanning decades, not a single year. The theory asks, was this merely volcanic, or was it the atmospheric and geological aftermath of the cataclysm that buried Tartaria? The layer of fine silt in the mud flood, the evidence of massive water deposition, could correlate with a sky blackened for years by particulate matter, blocking the sun and collapsing ecosystems. The trees remember a world choking to death. Then look at the ice. Core samples from Greenland and Antarctica contain layers that act as a frozen diary of Earth's atmosphere. Certain years show inexplicable spikes in ammonium, a possible signature of colossal, continent-spanning fires. Others show layers of unusual dust, not from local volcanoes, but from pulverized stone, the kind that might be created if cities of granite and marble were ground to powder by seismic violence or atmospheric upheaval. The official explanations point to known volcanic events, but the distribution and composition of some layers remain puzzles. The Tartarian cataclysm provides a potential, if unproven, answer. A planetary-scale geological and atmospheric reset, recorded in the ice as a series of violent entries, not a single one. Most provocative is the shadow in human genetics. The theory touches on the puzzling question of population bottlenecks and ghost DNA. Geneticists acknowledge that human population history is complex, with unexplained divergences and mixtures. The rapid repopulation of continents like the Americas and Siberia after the 16th century, according to standard history, seems demographically explosive. Could part of this rapid expansion be the re-emergence and mixing of survivor populations from a pre-cataclysm world with the incoming scavenger cultures? The persistent legends among indigenous peoples worldwide of a great civilization that existed before them, which they themselves did not build, gain new weight. These are not claims of ancestry, but of precedence, stories of finding the ruins of someone else's world. The genetic story of humanity may have missing chapters, whole lineages that were drastically reduced or dispersed in a great dying, later to be absorbed by and attributed to the survivor groups who told the stories. Even in archaeology, the shadow appears. The official timeline has humanity progressing in a neat line: stone, bronze, iron, industrial. But there are constant, out-of-place artifacts, bits of advanced metalwork in ancient layers, tools that seem too refined for their era. Standard practice is often to question the dating or the context. But the Tartarian theory offers a different lens. These are not prophecies of the future, but debris from the past. They are fragments of the old world, churned up by the cataclysm and deposited in strata where they shouldn't be, like a book from a melted library found frozen in a glacier. The science itself becomes a field of anomalies, each one quietly filed away as an outlier. But collect enough outliers, and they begin to form their own pattern. They sketch the outline of an event so vast it rewrote the climate, scarred the geology, and reshuffled the human family, leaving its fingerprints in every branch of modern science that tries to read the past. The data doesn't lie, but it can remain silent until someone asks it the right question. The opposing voice deconstruction and skepticism, no story, especially one this grand, exists in an echo chamber. To tell the entire story of the Tartarian Empire theory, we must give full voice to its most powerful opponent, the rational, skeptical framework of mainstream history and archaeology. This is not a mere dismissal, but a coherent, evidence-based counter-narrative that seeks to explain every anomaly within the established paradigm. Listening to this voice is crucial, for it separates wild speculation from credible mystery and forces the theory to refine its own arguments against rigorous critique. The skeptical view begins with the simplest principle: extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. The theory proposes a global, advanced civilization that left no unambiguous written records, no clear artistic tradition depicting its daily life, and no stratified archaeological sites showing its development over time. For mainstream scholars, this is a fatal flaw. History is built on documents, artifacts in context, and the slow accumulation of evidence. Tartaria, as presented, seems to exist only in absences and reinterpretations. The Orphaned architecture has well-documented construction records, blueprints, payrolls, and newspaper accounts chronicling their building. The grand courthouses of America are not mysteries. Their architects are known. Their stone was quarried locally or transported by the newly built railways, and their style was a deliberate choice to evoke the democratic ideals of Greece and Rome. The speed of construction is attributed to the explosive economic booms of the Industrial Revolution and the availability of new technologies like steam-powered tools and prefabricated components. The maps present a different, but solvable, puzzle. Cartographers of the 16th, 18th centuries often filled unknown spaces with labels based on hearsay, myth, and classical texts. Tartaria was a catch-all term for the vast, poorly understood interior of Asia, derived from older references to the Tartarus or feared nomadic tribes like the Tatars. As genuine exploration replaced speculation, The label shrank and vanished, not due to a conspiracy, but due to improved geographic knowledge. It was never a unified political entity, but a geographic placeholder. The mud flood photographs are explained through the mundane realities of urban development. Cities were constantly being regraded. Streets were raised to improve drainage and install sewer lines, which often buried the ground floors of older buildings. This was a common, documented engineering practice in the 19th century, not evidence of a global catastrophe. The images of workers digging are just that, workers digging foundations or lowering grade, not excavating pre-existing structures. The seemingly ancient, weathering on new buildings can be attributed to the soot and pollution of the coal-burning era, which could stain stone remarkably quickly, and to the use of rustication techniques that deliberately made stone look older and more sturdy. The technological leaps of the 19th century are seen not as rediscovery, but as the natural, accelerating curve of human ingenuity, fueled by capitalism, competition, and the scientific method. Tesla was a genius, but his work was based on the established principles of electromagnetism discovered by Faraday, Maxwell, and others. His failures are as instructive as his visions. The free energy he sought remains, according to established physics, a fantasy. The consistent architectural styles worldwide are explained by colonialism and the spread of pattern books. Engineers and architects trained in European academies brought their designs to every continent, creating a global imperial aesthetic, not evidence of a root civilization. Finally, skeptics point to the human element. The theory often relies on a vast, centuries-long conspiracy involving thousands of historians, architects, and governments all maintaining perfect silence. This is considered implausible on a sociological level. Secrets of that scale do not hold. The simpler explanation, per Occam's razor, is that the accepted history is broadly correct, and the anomalies are either misunderstandings, coincidences, or the result of our own romantic desire for a lost golden age, a myth as old as humanity itself. This opposing voice is not the end of the conversation, but its necessary counterpart. It is the anchor that keeps the theory from floating entirely into the realm of fantasy, demanding that its evidence be concrete, its logic sound, and its mysteries genuine. For every whisper from the stones, there is a documented invoice for those very stones. The true mystery lies in the space between. The living legacy echoes in plain sight, whether fact or profound metaphor. The Tartarian theory has burst from the confines of internet forums and begun to stain the modern consciousness. Its legacy is no longer just a collection of old photos and speculative videos. It is a living lens through which thousands, perhaps millions, now view their world. This is not about proving a historical thesis in a classroom. It is about a visceral, felt experience. The shock of recognition when walking down a street you've known your whole life and suddenly seeing the building not as a courthouse, but as a foreign, ancient artifact. The theory has given people permission to feel the strangeness of their own civilization, to question the provenance of every grand facade, and in doing so has created a new kind of folk awareness. This legacy manifests first as a community. Online, the Mud Flood and Tartaria researchers form a digital salon of amateur historians, architects, and curious souls. They trade coordinates for strange landforms on Google Earth. They digitally restore old photographs, colorizing them to highlight the jarring contrast between the pristine, classical buildings and the muddy, primitive-looking streets. They create overlay maps, showing how old star fort locations align with modern power grid hubs or geological fault lines. This is a participatory history, where the audience has become the investigator. The shared language of orphaned architecture, reset events, and energy domes creates a sense of collective detective work, a unified front against what is perceived as a monolithic, dishonest official narrative. In the physical world, the legacy is subtler but more profound. Tourism changes. People no longer visit the great capital buildings of the world just to learn about the founding fathers or the legislative process. They go to look at the stonework, to feel the weight of the masonry, to gaze up at the domes and wonder about their original, non-decorative function. They visit the great rail stations of Europe not as transit hubs, but as potential temples to a lost technology. Historical sites once considered boring, old post offices, county seats, abandoned asylums, become places of pilgrimage and mystery. The theory injects a layer of awe and unanswered questions into the urban landscape, transforming the mundane commute into a journey through a ghost world. This awareness also fuels a new form of preservationist anger. When another grand old building is slated for demolition to make way for a featureless glass box, the outcry now carries a different tone. It's not just about saving old character. It's framed as the ongoing erasure of evidence, the final murder of a witness. The movement to save these structures gains a mythological urgency. They are not just buildings, but the last tombstones of a deleted civilization. This perspective has, in some cases, succeeded in garnering new attention and protection for endangered architecture, framed not as historic preservation in the traditional sense, but as archaeological preservation. Perhaps the most significant legacy, however, is epistemological. The Tartarian theory, regardless of its factual accuracy, has become a masterclass in questioning sources. It teaches people to look at photographs with a critical eye, to read old newspapers and encyclopedias not as gospel, but as propaganda of their time, to understand that history is written by the victors, often literally. It encourages a holistic view, connecting architecture, climatology, cartography, and folklore into a single, interconnected mystery. In an age of misinformation, it ironically fosters a deep skepticism of official stories and a demand for primary evidence. The world, for those who have embraced this perspective, is no longer a simple, explained place. It is a palimpsest, a document with faint, older writing bleeding through the new text. And once you have seen that ghost writing, you can never unsee it. The legacy of Tartaria is, therefore, a state of awakened, haunting curiosity, a permanent suspicion that we are living in the aftermath of a story we have not yet been allowed to read. The unanswered question, what do we do with this story? We have walked through the whispers in the stone, witnessed the scale of the cataclysm, followed the scavengers and the secret keepers, and heard the voices of both faith and skepticism. We stand now at the edge of the mystery, not with a solved puzzle, but with a profound and unsettling question hanging in the air. What do we do with this story? The Tartarian Empire theory, in its full scope, is not merely an alternative history. It is a mirror held up to our own world, reflecting our deepest anxieties about memory, power, and the fragility of civilization itself. Whether seen as literal truth or powerful allegory, it demands a response. If we entertain it as possibility, even partially, it forces a radical humility upon us. Our entire understanding of human progress, the narrative of struggling upward from the cave to the city, becomes suspect. It suggests that civilization is not a linear climb, but a cycle. That advanced cultures can rise, weave themselves into the fabric of the planet, and then be wiped clean, leaving only enigmatic monuments for their successors to misinterpret. This view makes our current technological pride seem naive. Our skyscrapers and satellites might not be the pinnacle of human achievement, but could be clumsy, early attempts to rebuild a lost world we don't remember. It casts our current environmental crises in a terrifying new light. Perhaps we are not the first to disturb the planet's balance, only the first to do so without the knowledge of what happened to the last who did. On a societal level, the theory is a parable about control of information. It depicts history not as a discovery, but as a construction. The idea that the past can be deliberately reshaped, that empires can literally bury the evidence of their predecessors and write themselves as the origin point, is a stark warning about the power of narrative. In an age of digital archives and deepfakes, this feels less like a conspiracy and more like an amplification of a timeless human impulse. The winner writes the textbook. The struggle of the grassroots truth movement against the official story mirrors contemporary battles over information, authority, and who gets to decide what is real. For the individual, the story offers a strange kind of empowerment mixed with alienation. It empowers by validating that instinctual feeling that something is off about the official timeline, that the world is older and stranger than we've been told. It turns everyone into a potential researcher, a detective in their own hometown. But it also alienates. It can make the familiar landscape feel like an occupied territory, filled with the ghostly, imposing artifacts of a people who are not our ancestors. It creates a sense of living in a lie, or at least in a story that is incomplete. So what is the path forward? Perhaps it is not about proving Tartaria real or fake in a definitive sense. The evidence by its nature may never satisfy academic rigor, and the skepticism will always have strong counterpoints. The value may lie in the questions themselves. The theory forces us to look critically at the built environment we take for granted. It revives interest in architecture not as style, but as a language of potential function. It re-enchants the world, filling it with mystery where we thought there was only fact. It encourages interdisciplinary thinking, weaving together threads from geology, art history, and engineering. Ultimately, the story of Tartaria, true or not, serves as a powerful cultural myth for the 21st century. It is a myth of ecological hubris and fall. It is a myth about the recovery of lost knowledge. It is a myth that challenges centralized authority. It gives shape to our subconscious feeling that we have forgotten something vital. We can choose to use this myth not as a dogma, but as a tool, a lens to question, to explore, and to remember that human history is likely far deeper, far more tragic, and far more wondrous than the thin slice presented to us. The unanswered question is not just about Tartaria. It is about us. Are we brave enough to re-examine our foundations, even if it means the ground beneath our feet might not be as solid or as exclusively ours as we once believed? The story ends not with an answer, but with an invitation to look, truly look, at the world around you, and to wonder what stories the stones are still struggling to tell. The silent exodus vanishing peoples and repopulated lands beyond the silent stones. There is another ghost, one made of flesh and blood and memory. The theory of a great reset inevitably turns to the human tapestry, examining not just the rise of new empires, but the mysterious voids and sudden appearances that punctuate the official demographic record. This chapter peers into the shadows of population maps, into the gaps left by vanished nations and the strangely rapid filling of empty continents. It suggests that the cataclysm did not just kill a civilization. It scattered and reformed the human family, creating a diaspora of amnesia where survivors became inheritors, and inheritors became the new natives. Consider the enigma of the vanishing indigenous peoples of the Americas. Official history speaks of devastating plagues brought by Europeans, which raced ahead of the settlers, decimating populations. But the Tartarian theory poses a darker, more complex layer. What if these populations were not just reduced by disease, but were already a fractured remnant of a post-cataclysmic world? The magnificent, empty cities encountered by early Spanish explorers in the Americas, the grand structures that fueled legends of El Dorado, may not have been built by the people the conquistadors immediately met. They may have been the still-standing cores of the Old World, inhabited by a much smaller, later group who had moved into the ruins, much like people would later do in Rome or Detroit. The great dying from disease then becomes a second, final blow to a people already living in the long aftermath of a first, greater death. This pattern echoes across Siberia. The vast stretches of land were not uninhabited, but they were sparsely populated by nomadic tribes when the Russian Empire began its eastward push. Where, the theory asks, were the great cities shown on the old Tartarian maps? The answer proposed is that they were already gone, buried in mud or frozen in the quick climate shift, their populations obliterated or reduced to nomadic survival. The tribes the Russians met were not the builders, but the adapted survivors, their cultures a simplified, practical response to a broken world. The rapid Russian colonization, then, was not a conquest of a thriving civilization, but a scavenging operation in a largely post-apocalyptic landscape, meeting limited resistance from scattered groups who themselves were newcomers in the long span of history. Then there is the peculiar case of Australia and the out-of-place architecture there. The continent is presented as a timeless land of ancient Aboriginal culture. Then suddenly, in the 19th century, it sprouts colossal, ornate sandstone buildings in every major city. Sydney's Queen Victoria Building, Melbourne's Royal Exhibition Building. The standard story is one of British colonial might, but the scale and speed are, again, perplexing. The theory suggests a different dynamic, a much smaller initial European presence encountering a land, already holding the magnificent, empty shells of a prior culture. The subsequent gold rush and population explosion was not just people coming for gold, but a deliberate, organized resettlement to repopulate a strategically important, mostly empty continent that already had perfect infrastructure waiting. The Aboriginal peoples, masters of a deep spiritual relationship with the land, may have preserved in their Dreamtime stories the memory of this prior world and its violent end, interpreting it through their own cosmological framework. This leads to the most poignant human element, the quiet assimilation of survivor bloodlines. Across the world, the sharp ethnic and cultural divisions we see today may be the result of a much more recent shaking of the genetic bottle than we suppose. The theory posits that after the cataclysm, surviving Tartarian populations, likely a diverse global mix, were scattered and absorbed into the simpler, rising scavenger cultures. Their knowledge faded, but their genes mingled. This could explain sudden resurgences of artistic or engineering talent, strange atavistic memories, or the universal human myth of a greater past. We are not, perhaps, the pure descendants of either the barbarians or the builders, but a mixed population, the children of both the survivors and the scavengers, carrying the faint, confused memory of both in our blood and in our oldest stories. The silent exodus was not a march to a new land, but a slow, centuries-long blending in the shadow of ruins, until the very memory of who built those ruins was lost, and the new people could believe they had always been there. The resonance of myth when legends walk in stone if the bones of Tartaria lie in architecture and maps. Its soul may well reside in the oldest stories we tell. The theory proposes a profound connection between the global cataclysm and the foundational myths of every human culture. These are not seen as mere fictions or moral fables, but as the traumatized, mythologized memories of real survivors, passed down through generations in the long night that followed the fall. The world's epics become a kind of psychic archaeology, where dragons, floods, and fallen gods are metaphors for a technological and natural disaster, so vast it could only be understood as divine wrath. Take the nearly universal flood myth. From the biblical Noah to the Sumerian Ziusudra, from the Maya story of the Great Deluge to the Aboriginal tale of the sea level rise that created the Torres Strait, the narrative is eerily consistent. A warning ignored, a catastrophic rising of waters, a select few survivors, and a world to repopulate. The Tartarian theory suggests this is the literal memory of the mud flood event, the sudden, slurry-like deposition that buried the ground floors of the world. The Ark becomes not a wooden boat, but perhaps a great, sealed structure that survived the inundation, or a high place where people fled from the advancing tide of mud and water. The story simplifies the complex geological event into a moral and hydrological parable, but its core is a real, searing trauma of global drowning. Then consider the myths of a golden age, or a first time, a period when gods or enlightened ancestors walked the earth, possessing great knowledge and living in harmony. The Greek concept of the ages of man, beginning with the idyllic Golden Age and declining to the hard Iron Age, mirrors the theory's proposed timeline of a high civilization falling into a barbaric reset. The Hindu concept of yugas, cycles of creation and destruction, echoes the idea of civilizational rises and catastrophic falls. The Norse mythology of the world tree Yggdrasil and the great winter of Fimbulwinter preceding Ragnarök could be a memory of the climatic chaos, the years of endless winter and societal collapse following the cataclysm. The legends are populated with beings and artifacts that sound suspiciously like misinterpreted technology. The thunderbolts of Zeus or Indra, weapons that flash from the sky with unearthly power, could be descriptions of the lethal energy surges that destroyed the old grid. The dragons, said to hoard treasure in caves or beneath mountains, might be symbolic representations of the dangerous, dormant energy systems left in the underground tunnels and vaults of the old world, places where explorers later met strange fates. The widespread myth of a Tower of Babel, an attempt to reach the heavens that led to the fragmentation of language and the scattering of people, could be a corrupted memory of the global civilization's unifying energy network, the Great Towers or Spires, and its catastrophic failure, which indeed led to the shattering of a unified human world into isolated, forgetting tribes. Even local folklore attaches itself stubbornly to the orphaned architecture. European castles are said to be built by giants or by the devil in a single night. Native American legends speak of the ancient ones who built the great stone cities in the desert and then vanished into the earth. Siberian tribes tell of iron birds that once flew in the sky, now sleeping under the permafrost. These are not just creative stories. They are the intuitive explanations of people who could not believe their recent ancestors were capable of such feats. The myth is the bridge between the impossible evidence on the ground and the limited understanding of the people who came after. The legends walk because the stones themselves are silent witnesses, and the human mind cannot abide a mystery without a story. In this way, the Tartarian theory does not dismiss myth, but elevates it. It sees the world's folklore as the scattered, poetic pages of a lost history book, waiting for a key to decipher its metaphors. The gods and monsters may have been real forces, the magic may have been a lost science, and the Great Fall may have been the day the lights went out, not just in the sky, but in human memory. The unfolding landscape knew anomalies and the erosion of certainty. The story does not remain static. As the lens of the Tartarian theory is focused on the world, new anomalies continually swim into view, each one adding another thread to the tangled web. This is not a closed case from the 19th century. It is a living investigation where modern discoveries and re-examinations of old data constantly erode the smooth facade of the official timeline. The landscape of mystery is still unfolding, revealing strange shapes in the earth, in our art, and even in the patterns of our modern cities. Consider the ongoing puzzles of subterranean worlds. From the massive, elaborately carved underground cities of Cappadocia to the vast network of tunnels rumored beneath the Pentagon and Washington, D.C., to the persistent legends of vast hollows beneath the Siberian permafrost, the idea of a hidden, subterranean layer to human history is global. The Tartarian theory posits that these are not just hideouts or storage areas. They may have been integral parts of the old infrastructure, climate-controlled logistical networks, shielded energy conduits, or refuge shelters designed for a civilization aware of cyclical catastrophes. Recent LiDAR scans revealing immense, ancient cities hidden under jungle canopies in Cambodia, and the Amazon show that we are still finding vast, sophisticated settlements that rewrite regional history. Each new discovery begs the question, if we missed these, what else is buried under the mud of more recent centuries? Even the artistic record holds jarring inconsistencies. Paintings from the so-called Dark Ages and Renaissance sometimes depict backgrounds filled with bizarre, ruinous landscapes or strange, advanced-looking mechanical devices that seem utterly anachronistic. Certain medieval maps show Antarctica with startling accuracy, free of ice, a feat of cartography supposedly impossible until the 20th century. Are these the fantasies of artists, or are they glimpses of a reality the painters themselves did not fully understand? Memories of a world of ruins and leftover technology that were still visible in their time, but were already incomprehensible. The theory suggests that art, like myth, served as an unconscious archive, preserving images of a world in decay that official history was busy writing out of existence. In our modern era, the anomalies take on a new, bureaucratic flavor. The consistent global push for urban renewal in the mid-20th century, which saw the wanton destruction of thousands of ornate buildings, now looks less like progress and more like a systematic cleansing. The bewildering complexity of old property deeds and land grants, often referencing structures and landmarks that never existed, could be the legal ghost of a prior surveyed world. Even the naming of places feels off. Why are there so many cities worldwide named Alexandria, Troy, or Rome? The standard explanation is classical reverence. But another possibility is that these are not new names given in homage, but very old names that persisted, attached to places that were once outposts or colonies of a global network. Their original meaning lost, but their sounds preserved. Most compellingly, modern technology is now providing the tools to see the theory's potential evidence on a planetary scale. Satellite and aerial archaeology are revealing gigantic, geometric earthworks and the foundations of enormous structures in places long thought to be historically empty. Soil analysis can now detect the chemical signatures of sudden, catastrophic fires or floods. Ground-penetrating radar hints at buried foundations and chambers beneath city streets. Each tool doesn't prove Tartaria, but it consistently proves that our historical maps are woefully incomplete, that the Earth holds far more secrets than we supposed. The landscape is not a passive backdrop to human history. It is an active participant, a graveyard and a library. And with every new scan, every new dig, the certainty of the old story erodes a little more, replaced by the thrilling, terrifying suspicion that we have only just begun to read the first page of a much, much longer book. The psychological cataclysm, why we resist the past, the most formidable barrier to uncovering Tartaria may not be buried in mud or locked in vaults. It may be buried within us, in the very architecture of the human mind. Accepting a narrative as profoundly disruptive as this requires more than just examining evidence. It demands a psychological rupture, a shattering of the foundational story that gives order and meaning to our reality. The resistance to the Tartarian theory, from both institutions and individuals, can be seen not just as academic skepticism, but as a deep, instinctual act of self-preservation. To look into this mystery is to risk a kind of historical vertigo. Our sense of identity is built upon a story of origin. Nations have founding myths. Families have genealogies. Civilization has a timeline. These narratives provide a sense of place, of progress, and of purpose. The Tartarian theory, if taken seriously, pulls the rug out from under all of them. It suggests that the proud, hard-won ascent of your nation might be a fiction built on stolen ruins. It implies that the pinnacle of human achievement might lie in the past, not the future, casting our modern triumphs as pale imitations. This is not just an adjustment of facts. It is an attack on the narrative of human exceptionalism and linear progress that has driven Western thought for centuries. To accept it is to embrace a potentially terrifying cosmic humility. We are not the creators, but the tenants, and not particularly good ones at that. On a personal level, it triggers what psychologists call conceptual crisis. Our brains are pattern recognition machines that strive for coherence. The official history we learned in school forms a stable, internally consistent framework. Introducing a massive, hidden variable like a global lost civilization creates cognitive dissonance, extreme mental discomfort. The easiest way to resolve that discomfort is to reject the new information outright, to label it absurd. This is why the evidence is often met not with engaged debate, but with immediate ridicule or contempt. The laughter is a defense mechanism, a way of protecting the psyche from a truth that would force a painful and exhausting reorganization of one's entire understanding of the world. There is also the profound discomfort of the simulacrum, the fear that our environment is a fake. The theory proposes that our most venerable institutions, our most majestic cityscapes, are not what they seem. That feeling, once seated, is deeply unnerving. It can make the world feel like a movie set, a Potemkin village built over a grave. This epistemic paranoia is a heavy psychological burden. Many prefer the comfort of the known lie to the terrifying uncertainty of a potential truth that destabilizes their entire lived experience. Furthermore, the theory implicates us all in a kind of ancestral amnesia. It suggests we are the descendants of both the victims and the vandals, living in a state of cultural inherited trauma and guilt we cannot even name. To acknowledge Tartaria is to acknowledge a monumental global loss for which there has been no mourning, and in which our own cultural forebears may have been complicit. This is a grief almost too large to feel, so it is easier to deny the loss itself. Yet for those who push through this resistance, there is a reported paradoxical effect. A sense of profound relief and connection. It is the relief of the puzzle piece snapping into place, of finally having a framework that explains the nagging inconsistencies one has always felt but could not articulate. The world, though stranger, becomes more coherent. The sense of alienation transforms into a sense of purpose, the purpose of a detective, of a rememberer. The psychological cataclysm becomes a rebirth. The vertigo gives way to a new, more expansive sense of time, where humanity is part of a grand, tragic, and cyclical story, rather than a shiny, lonely spearhead on an empty plain. The resistance, therefore, is the story's final guardian. Only those willing to risk the shipwreck of their old worldview are allowed to glimpse the new, and much older, shore. The endless dig carrying the torch forward, we have reached the edge of the map. Beyond this point, there are no more definitive chapters, only questions leading to darker forests and deeper dig sites. The story of Tartaria as a structured theory concludes not with a verdict from a court of history, but with a charge to the individual. It transforms from a historical hypothesis into a living methodology, a way of seeing, questioning, and engaging with the very fabric of our reality. The endless dig is not for physical treasure, but for context, for meaning, for our place in a timeline vaster than we were taught. This new methodology begins with a ray-enchanted gaze. It asks us to look at our built environment not as a collection of functional boxes, but as a potential archaeological site. That grand library, that train station with its vaulted ceiling of iron and glass, that odd mound in the park, each becomes a subject for inquiry. Not to immediately declare it Tartarian, but to ask the simple, powerful questions. Why is this here? Who really built it? Does the official story make sense with the scale, the materials, the style? This turns a walk through the city into a field expedition. It democratizes archaeology, making every curious person a citizen researcher in their own hometown. The dig continues into the archives. The digital age has unleashed a torrent of primary sources: scanned newspapers, digitized maps, public domain photography, patent filings, personal diaries. The grassroots researcher can now access what was once the domain of academics. The search is for discontinuities. The newspaper article that mentions the ancient foundations discovered during the digging of a new sewer in 1880. The map that shows a building that isn't supposed to exist for another 50 years. The photograph where the landscaping is clearly new, but the building is clearly old. This is detective work, piecing together a counter-narrative from the overlooked footnotes of the official story. Critically, the methodology demands intellectual honesty. It requires engaging with the skeptical arguments, not as insults, but as necessary rigor. A genuine searcher must be able to explain why the courthouse does not have surviving construction blueprints, or why the local historical society's explanation feels inadequate. They must welcome debunking of poor evidence, for it strengthens the case by pruning away the weak claims. The goal is not to win an argument, but to follow the evidence, no matter how uncomfortable it leads. This includes being open to the idea that some, or even most, of the anomalies might have mundane explanations. The signal must be separated from the noise with care. Perhaps the most profound aspect of carrying the torch forward is the shift in narrative it fosters. It moves us from a story of human history as a lone, triumphant climb to one of cycles, of forgotten zeniths and catastrophic resets. This isn't a pessimistic view, but a humbling and strangely unifying one. It suggests that the divisions of nation, race, and creed are surface-level phenomena, recent scars over older, deeper connections. It implies that our current environmental and societal crises have precedent, and that the solutions might lie not in untested innovation, but in the recovery of lost, harmonious principles. So, what do we do with this story? We do not enshrine it as a new dogma. We use it as a key to unlock curiosity, to question authority, to see wonder in the ordinary. We become keepers of the questions, if not the answers. We share the anomalies not as proofs, but as invitations to think. In a world often feeling devoid of mystery, the Tartarian theory, true or not, gives back a sense of the sublime. It suggests that our world is deeper, older, and far more mysterious than we have been led to believe. The dig is endless because the past is not dead. It is merely buried, waiting for anyone with the courage to pick up a shovel, real or metaphorical, and ask, "What lies beneath?" The story ends where it began, with a look at an old building and a whisper in the mind that says, "There is more to tell." And so we continue to dig. The echo in the ether Tartaria and the modern soul, the theory of Tartaria, having seeped into the cracks of our history, now begins to color our perception of the present and future. It is no longer just about what was. It becomes a lens for what is and what might be. In the anxieties and aspirations of the 21st century, the ghost of this lost civilization finds strange new resonances. It speaks to our fears of collapse, our yearning for lost unity, and our gnawing suspicion that the arc of progress may be a circle, not a line. Look at our modern obsession with prepping and resilience. The proliferation of underground bunkers, off-grid communities, and survivalist ideology can be seen not just as a reaction to political or climate fear, but as an unconscious atavism, a racial memory of the last great collapse. The theory suggests this is not the first time people have sought to build arcs, whether physical or digital. The drive to preserve knowledge, from seed vaults in Svalbard to the Internet Archive, mirrors the hypothesized efforts of the secret keepers after the cataclysm. We are, in a way, rehearsing for a reset we don't consciously remember, driven by an instinct that says, "This has happened before." Simultaneously, the theory fuels the burgeoning, rewilding, and ecological harmony movements. The vision of Tartaria as a civilization in balance with planetary energies presents a tantalizing, alternative model of development. It suggests that advanced human settlement does not have to mean brutal extraction and pollution. It can be a symbiotic, enhancing force. This lost blueprint gives ecological activism a mythic past to strive toward, transforming it from mere conservation into a recovery of a forgotten state of being. The search for free energy, for resonance-based technologies, and for sacred geometry in design finds a historical precedent, moving it from fringe science to potential rediscovery. In the realm of culture, Tartaria becomes a powerful metaphor for the digital age's own fragmentation and recombination. Our global internet is a chaotic, new kind of network, echoing the proposed global energy grid of old. Information flows like power, sometimes harmoniously, sometimes in destructive surges. We are building a new digital civilization on the ruins and palimpsests of older media, much like the scavenger kings built on physical ruins. The battle over narrative, over who controls the story, fought daily on social media and news platforms, is a microcosm of the centuries-long cover-up the theory describes. We are living the process of history-making in real time, and thus are more primed to understand how it could have been manipulated in the past. This echo even touches our spiritual longing. In an age of materialist science, many feel a hunger for re-enchantment, for a world where the physical and spiritual are one. The Tartarian vision of a technology that was also sacred, of buildings that were temples to cosmic forces, offers a bridge. It allows for the possibility that our ancestors were not primitive, but differently advanced, advanced in ways that nourished the soul as well as the body. This makes the loss feel more tragic, but also more inspiring. It suggests that the path forward may require looking back not to copy, but to understand a principle, that true progress is holistic. Ultimately, the echo of Tartaria in the modern soul is a call to integration. It asks us to integrate skepticism with wonder, to hold scientific rigor alongside mythic understanding. It suggests that to build a viable future, we may need to finally, fully mourn and integrate our lost past, not as a literal empire to be restored, but as a set of forgotten possibilities to be reimagined. The theory, in the end, is less about a place on a map and more about a place in the human spirit, the place that knows we have forgotten something vital, and that dares to believe that by seeking it, we might not just uncover our history, but rediscover our potential. The ether hums with the echo of what was, and in listening, we might just hear the faint, guiding tone of what could be again. The final silence, what remains when the story fades all stories, even the most persistent whispers, must eventually confront the silence from which they came. We have followed the trail of Tartaria through grand ruins and muddy photographs, through secret societies and shattered myths. We have given voice to both its passionate advocates and its sternest critics. Now we must stand before the totality of the narrative and ask the final, sobering question. What remains if we strip away the theory, layer by layer, until we are left with only the unadorned world? Even in that act of deconstruction, the mystery does not vanish. It merely changes form. If we dismiss the literal existence of a global Tartarian empire as a modern myth, what are we left with? We are left with an undeniable global collection of architectural anomalies that do not comfortably fit the standard historical timeline. The sheer ambition, consistency, and technical prowess displayed in 19th century buildings across the world, from the American frontier to the Siberian outpost, remains a profound historical question mark. The official explanations, while documented, often feel inadequate to the scale of the achievement. The mud flood may be a misreading of urban regrading, but the visual evidence of a sudden, wholesale alteration of cityscapes is stark and unsettling. The theory may be wrong in its conclusions, but it is brilliantly right in highlighting these glaring incongruities that traditional history has smoothed over with the gloss of progress. If we dismiss the cataclysm as pure fantasy, we are still left with the universal human myth of a great flood and a fall from a golden age. This collective memory, embedded in cultures that had no contact with each other, points to a deep psychological or perhaps even a real ancestral trauma. Something happened or is remembered as happening that scarred the human story at its root. The Tartarian theory gives that vague trauma a setting and a scenery, but the trauma itself, the sense of a lost wholeness, a severed connection to a greater past, is a real and powerful force in the human psyche. It is the feeling that fuels all nostalgia, all utopian dreams, and all spiritual seeking. If we dismiss the grand conspiracy, we are still left with the undeniable fact that history is written by the victors, and that victors always reshape the past to legitimize their present. Empires have always erased the names of their predecessors, absorbed their gods, and claimed their monuments. The Romanovs did absorb Siberian territories and would have had every reason to suppress a prior, sophisticated claim to that land. The story of Tartaria, then, becomes a potent metaphor for this process, exaggerated to a global scale to illuminate a universal truth. Our past is a contested territory, and the maps we are given are often political documents, not neutral reports. So what endures? Not a lost empire of crystal spires and airships necessarily, but something perhaps more valuable, a restored sense of critical wonder. The theory succeeds in breaking the hypnosis of the official narrative. It forces a re-examination of the ordinary. It makes the world strange again. That courthouse you pass every day is no longer just a courthouse. It is a mystery, a question in stone. The history book is no longer an authority, but a suspect's testimony. This awakened state of mind is the theory's true and lasting legacy. The final silence, then, is not empty. It is a listening silence. It is the quiet that follows the end of a captivating story, a quiet now filled with the faint, persistent hum of questions. We look at our world and hear not the loud, confident voice of explained history, but the soft, collective murmur of all the things that don't quite add up. Tartaria, as a civilization, may fade back into the mists from which it was summoned. But the curiosity it ignited, the insistence on looking deeper, the courage to question the very ground beneath our feet, that flame, however small, continues to burn. And in that flame we see not the reflection of a lost empire, but the reflection of our own boundless, restless need to understand where we truly come from, and in understanding, to find out who we might yet become. The story ends, but the search is eternal. The unwritten future, a world remembering we have traveled from the first crack in the accepted story to the silent echo of its implications. We have dissected the theory, given voice to its opposition, and explored the psychological landscape it inhabits. Now, let us perform one final, speculative act. Let us imagine a future where the questions raised by Tartaria are not relegated to the fringe, but are integrated into our collective understanding. Not a future where one dogma replaces another, but where the mystery itself becomes a catalyst for a new kind of growth. This is not a prediction, but a vision, a thought experiment on what might bloom in the soil tilled by such profound doubt. In this unwritten future, the fields of archaeology and history undergo a quiet revolution. The approach becomes less about confirming existing timelines and more about forensic anomaly detection. The question, who built this, is preceded by a more fundamental one. Does the official story of its construction physically make sense? Multidisciplinary teams become standard, architects working with geologists, climatologists with materials scientists, folklorists with engineers, to evaluate sites holistically. The grand 19th century buildings are treated not just as historical landmarks, but as potential archaeological sites in their own right, studied for construction techniques, material sourcing, and energy property testing with tools we have yet to invent. The goal is not to slap a Tartarian label on them, but to honestly explain their existence, even if that explanation rewrites chapters of the Industrial Revolution. Urban planning and architecture are subtly transformed. The haunting beauty and durability of the Orphaned structures spark a renaissance in lost arts of masonry, in the use of natural materials that interact with light and atmosphere in specific ways. The fascination with sacred geometry and celestial alignment moves from esoteric circles into mainstream design, not as mysticism, but as a recovered science of well-being and environmental harmony. New buildings might begin to incorporate principles of resonance and passive energy collection, inspired by the functional hypotheses about the old domes and spires. The city stops being a machine for living and starts becoming, once more, an instrument for living well. On a societal level, the cyclical view of history fostered by the theory encourages a profound, species-level humility. It becomes a cultural cornerstone that civilizations are fragile, that advance does not mean permanent, and that the greatest threat to a culture may be forgetting its own past mistakes. This becomes a powerful narrative for addressing climate change and resource depletion, not as unprecedented problems, but as the latest iteration of an ancient pattern. The call for stewardship becomes a call to break the cycle, informed by the ghost of the last time it all fell apart. The lost civilization becomes a cautionary tale, not of divine wrath, but of technological hubris and ecological disconnect. Perhaps most importantly, the global nature of the mystery fosters a new sense of shared human heritage. If the architectural language is indeed a global one, then beneath the recent, violent divisions of nation and empire, there is a substratum of common human endeavor. This doesn't mean a return to a mythical global state, but a recognition that the roots of human achievement are intertwined across continents. It encourages a form of curiosity that is cosmopolitan and connective. A researcher in Brazil looks at a star fort in the Netherlands not as foreign, but as a piece of a puzzle they are both working on. The past becomes a collaborative project, not a contested trophy. In this unwritten future, the story of Tartaria is not proven true. It is instead rendered beside the point. Its value is not as a historical fact, but as a philosophical and methodological key that unlocked a more curious, more humble, and more integrative way of being in the world. The civilization itself may remain a ghost, but the effort to find it solidifies our senses, deepens our science, and broadens our empathy. We end not with a recovered empire, but with a recovered sense of possibility. The future is unwritten because we have finally learned to read the past not as a simple story, but as a complex, layered poem. And in doing so, we have remembered how to write our next chapter with greater wisdom, grace, and wonder. The last witness the human heart as archive after the maps are studied, the stones measured, and the arguments spent, one final witness remains to be called. It is the most subjective, the most fragile, and yet perhaps the most powerful evidence of all. It is not housed in a library or buried in mud. It is housed within the silent chambers of the human heart. This is the witness of intuition, of that inexplicable feeling of profound recognition and loss that overcomes many when they first encounter the idea of Tartaria. It is the sense, not of learning something new, but of remembering something ancient and buried within oneself. This emotional and spiritual resonance is the theory's deepest mystery and its most potent legacy. For countless individuals, the journey into Tartaria begins not with a logical deduction, but with a visceral shock. It is the feeling of seeing a photograph of a half-buried, ornate building and feeling a pang of grief, as if looking at a photograph of a forgotten grandparent. It is the uncanny sensation when standing inside a grand old Capitol rotunda, not of civic pride, but of awe tinged with alienation, a sense that this space was built for a different kind of human gathering, with a different understanding of sound, light, and collective purpose. This feeling defies reason. It is dismissed as romanticism or projection by skeptics, and for those who feel it, it is nearly impossible to articulate. Yet it is a consistent and widely reported experience across cultures among those drawn to the mystery. It is as if the architecture itself is a tuning fork, and something within us still vibrates at the same frequency. This points to the possibility of what might be called ancestral or cultural memory. Carl Jung's concept of the collective unconscious, a reservoir of shared human experiences and symbols, finds a stark test case here. The theory suggests that the trauma of the cataclysm and the majesty of the world that preceded it were so immense that they left a scar not just on the landscape, but on the psyche of the species. The symbols, the all-seeing eye, the spiral, the dome, the star fort, are not just architectural motifs. They are psychic artifacts, rising up from the depths of our shared past in dreams, in art, and in these sudden feelings of inexplicable connection. We are not remembering a history we read. We are remembering a history we lived in a genetic or soul-deep sense, and the ruins are triggers. This makes the seeker not just an investigator, but a mourner. There is a palpable, often unspoken grief that accompanies this path. It is a grief for a beauty that was shattered, for a knowledge that was lost, for a connection to the world that feels severed. This grief is not for a fictional place, but for a state of being, a potential harmony between humanity and the cosmos that the old world in the idealized vision represents. To engage with Tartaria is, for many, to engage in an act of collective grieving for a past we cannot name, validating a sense of loss that modern, forward-charging culture tells us we should not feel. Yet, from this grief can emerge a strange and powerful hope. If the feeling of recognition is real, then the connection is not truly broken. The tuning fork still hums. The archive in the human heart is still legible if we learn to read its emotional language. This transforms the search from an external hunt for proof into an internal journey of integration. It becomes about reclaiming not a lost empire, but a lost part of ourselves. The part that senses the sacred in geometry, that feels energized by certain spaces, that believes in a deeper story. The last witness, the human heart, testifies to a truth beyond documents, that we are more than our recent history, that our roots go down into darker, richer, and far more mysterious soil than we have been taught. In the end, the story of Tartaria may be the story of humanity's longing for its own forgotten wholeness, a longing so powerful it can project entire civilizations onto the blank pages of the past, not as a lie, but as a reflection of a profound and real need to come home to a world we have never known, yet somehow always miss. The horizon line where history and mystery meet, we have reached the outermost shore of our inquiry. Before us stretches the vast ocean of the past, its surface shimmering with the known and the unknown, its depths holding secrets light may never touch. The story of Tartaria in all its complexity has been a journey not to a destination, but to this coastline. It is here, at the precise horizon line where solid history dissolves into compelling mystery, that the true value of the entire exploration is finally revealed. This is not a place of answers, but a vantage point. From here, we can see the limitations of our maps and feel the pull of the uncharted waters. On one side of this line lies the continent of documented history. The archives, the ledgers, the named architects, the recorded speeches of ribbon-cutting ceremonies. It is a land that is comforting in its detail, reassuring in its linear progression. Its borders are defended by academia, by skepticism, and by the very human need for a stable, agreed-upon story. We can choose to remain here on this solid ground and dismiss the shimmer on the water as a trick of the light, a mirage born of coincidence and romantic longing. On the other side rolls the sea of mystery, deep, patternless, and whispering with possibilities that defy categorization. Here drift the orphaned architectures, the anomalous maps, the echoing myths, and the silent data in the ice cores. This is the realm of intuition, of connections felt more than proven, of a past that feels alive and resonant beneath the thin crust of the official record. To set sail here is to risk being called a fool, to embrace uncertainty, and to accept that some questions may have no answers we can ever verify. The Tartarian theory does not ask us to abandon the continent for the sea. It asks us to stand precisely on the horizon line and acknowledge both. It teaches that history as a discipline is what we can prove from the surviving fragments, but mystery is what the fragments suggest we have lost. One deals in ink and stone, the other in silence and shadow. Both are real. The courthouse is a fact. The uncanny feeling it inspires is also a fact. The 1771 encyclopedia entry for Tartaria is a fact. Its disappearance from the 1871 edition is also a fact. The theory's power is in holding these paired facts together and refusing to let the simpler explanation erase the more perplexing one. This vantage point changes us. It makes us dual citizens of the empirical and the numinous. We learn to respect the meticulous work of the traditional historian while also honoring the intuitive leap of the rogue researcher. We demand evidence while remaining open to wonder. We understand that the story we have been told is a necessary framework, but not necessarily the only one or the complete one. The horizon line is where curiosity lives forever, because the answer to one question only reveals a new, more distant question. So, what is the entire story of the Tartarian Empire theory? It is the story of that horizon line itself. It is the record of a modern fascination with the gap between what we know and what we feel, between the documented and the possible. It is a massive, collective thought experiment that asks, what if our compass is off by just a few degrees? Whether the lost civilization of Tartaria ever existed in the form its proponents dream is almost secondary. What is primary is the awakening it has triggered. It has sent thousands to their local archives, to their old family photo albums, to the foundations of their own cities with a new, questioning light in their eyes. We close not with a verdict, but with an observation. The world is far stranger, more beautiful, and more deeply layered than any single narrative can contain. The silent, soaring architecture that dots our planet stands as a testament to human genius. Whether that genius was from the 1880s, or from a forgotten 1680s, or from a time not on our current calendar at all. The mystery endures not as a problem to be solved, but as a perpetual reminder of our own limits, and of the profound, echoing depth of time. The story of Tartaria is ultimately the story of our own relationship with the past, a relationship that is, and perhaps always will be, a beautiful, unresolved tension between knowing and wondering, between the ground beneath our feet and the shimmering, untouchable horizon. The inheritors living in the long afternoon, the sun now sits in the long afternoon of this investigation. Its light is softer, casting not the sharp, defining shadows of noon, but a golden, unifying glow that blends the edges of things. We are no longer excavators or prosecutors, but inheritors. We have sifted through the claims and counterclaims, and we are left holding not a truth, but an inheritance, a set of lingering impressions, unanswered questions, and a fundamentally altered way of seeing. To live in the long afternoon is to accept this inheritance and decide how to carry it forward into the everyday business of being human. We inherit a landscape of questions. Every city skyline, every grand old building on a quiet town square, every star-shaped park or radiating street pattern now holds a silent inquiry. It is not a shouting doubt, but a quiet hum in the background of perception. This is not a burden, but a gift, the gift of a world that refuses to be boring. The daily commute becomes a passage through a living museum whose placards are missing. The weekend walk becomes a gentle fieldwork. We inherit the permission to be perpetually, softly curious about our own surroundings, to be tourists in our own hometowns, seeing the familiar as eternally strange. We inherit a sense of transience. If the theory whispers of civilizations that rose to glorious heights and were swept away, it imprints upon us the profound fragility of our own moment. Our steel and glass towers are no more permanent than the imagined crystal spires of Tartaria. Our digital cloud is as vulnerable as any forgotten energy grid. This is not a cause for despair, but for a clarified, urgent tenderness. It asks us to appreciate the beauty we have now, to document our stories more honestly, and to build with an eye not just for utility, but for legacy, for what these structures will whisper to a future people who may not know our names. We become stewards of a timeline longer than our own lives. We inherit a methodology of connection. The theory, in its sprawling nature, forces links between disparate fields, architecture and climatology, folklore and electrical engineering, cartography and psychology. The inherited mindset is inherently interdisciplinary. It rejects the narrow specialization that can make knowledge feel fragmented and encourages weaving threads. A weather pattern becomes a clue to a historical event. A children's rhyme becomes a potential fragment of an old warning. This way of thinking is perhaps the most practical inheritance, for it is a tool for problem solving in our own complex age, teaching us to look for root causes and hidden connections that linear thinking might miss. We inherit, most importantly, a renewed relationship with the past. The past is no longer a dead, closed book on a shelf, a sequence of decided facts. It is a living, breathing, and partially buried entity. It is an ongoing conversation between what was written down and what was felt, between what was built and what was lost, between the official story and the folk memory. We become participants in that conversation. We inherit the right to listen to all the voices, the archivist and the grandmother, the engineer and the poet, and to contribute our own questions to the mix. To live in the long afternoon of the Tartarian mystery is to embrace a gentle, persistent wonder. The heat of the debate cools, the need to prove or disprove relaxes. What remains is a richer, more layered, and more mysterious world. We go about our lives, but we do so with a slight, knowing smile when we pass that odd, too grand building. We feel a chill that is not unpleasant when we read an old map. We understand that history is not just behind us, but beneath us and within us. We are the inheritors of a story that may be more myth than history, and more history than we yet know. And in that fertile, uncertain space, in the golden light of the long afternoon, we find a strangely comforting home, a place where the search itself is the reward, and the mystery is the point. The unmarked grave mourning the lost world, every investigation into loss eventually circles a gravesite. For all its speculation on technology and empire, the heart of the Tartarian narrative beats with a profound, unacknowledged elegy. It is the story of a death, not of a people alone, but of a potential, of a path not taken, of a beauty so thoroughly erased that its absence is not even registered as a loss. We have analyzed the crime scene, debated the suspects, and considered the motives. Now we must stand before the unmarked grave. This is not about evidence anymore, but about emotion. It is about allowing ourselves for a moment to grieve for a world we never knew, yet feel in our bones we have somehow lost. What is buried here? It is the death of a particular kind of hope. The hope that humanity once lived in deeper sync with the planet, that our greatest structures served not just our egos, but the harmony of the place they inhabited. The ornate, over-engineered buildings, if seen as functional components of a living system, represent a vision where human ambition was channeled into integration, not domination. Their burial under mud is a powerful metaphor for the suffocation of that ideal. We mourn the silence of those empty halls, not because they are empty of people, but because they are empty of their original song, the hum of a technology that was also a prayer. We mourn the severed thread of knowledge. The theory paints a picture of a fall so complete it broke the chain of understanding. It wasn't just information that was lost. It was the very framework for knowing, the language that connected spiritual truth to physical law. The grief is for the millennia of stumbling in the dark that followed, for the reinvention of the wheel 1,000 times over, for the lonely geniuses like Tesla who seemed to be grasping at fragments of a complete lexicon they could almost remember. It is the grief of an orphan cut off from their lineage, forever wondering who they really are. This mourning is personal because the lost world reflects a lost part of ourselves. The feeling of awe in a grand rotunda, the sense of peace in a geometrically perfect garden, the inexplicable resonance with certain symbols. These are interpreted as echoes of a native language of the soul that our culture no longer speaks. To engage with Tartaria is, for many, to touch a homesickness for a home that never existed in their lifetime, a spiritual nostalgia for a state of being where the sacred was not separate from the street, the home, or the capital. But why mourn a ghost? Why grieve for what might be a fantasy? Because the act of mourning validates the feeling of lack. The modern world, for all its comforts, often feels spiritually and aesthetically impoverished, a landscape of efficient boxes under a busy sky. The persistent allure of the theory suggests this feeling is widespread. Giving a name and a story to that loss, calling it Tartaria, allows people to process that ambient sadness. It gives form to the formless longing for a more beautiful, more meaningful, more connected human existence. The mourning is not for a real empire, but for the idea that we once knew how to build a civilization that felt whole. And from this mourning, a quiet resolve can be born. If something beautiful was lost, then beauty of that order is possible. If a harmony was shattered, then harmony can be a goal. The unmarked grave becomes not an end, but a seed. It teaches that civilizations are mortal, that what is built can be buried, and therefore what we build matters. It infuses our own acts of creation, whether a garden, a song, a community, or a building, with a new solemnity and hope. We become the gardeners planting flowers on that forgotten grave, not to resurrect the dead, but to prove that the soil itself is still fertile, that the capacity for greatness, for integration, for sublime beauty, did not die with whatever or whoever lies buried there. We mourn the lost world so that we might love our own world more consciously and build the next one more wisely. The living network signs in the substrate the theory of a lost, interconnected world does not fade into mere melancholy. It pushes us to look for living echoes, not in the grand and buried, but in the subtle and persistent. If Tartaria represented a civilization woven into the planet's own energies, then perhaps its ghost does not linger only in stone, but in the very substrate of the world, in patterns of life, in weather, in the silent communication between places that science is only beginning to name. This is the search for the living network, for signs that the old connections, though severed, left a scar on reality that still faintly pulses. Look to the migratory paths of birds and butterflies. Their ancient roots, etched into instinct over millennia, often follow inexplicably straight lines across continents, connecting specific points with unerring accuracy. Science maps them as responses to magnetic fields and celestial cues. But could these pathways also be tracing the lays of a faded energy grid, roots of force that once carried more than just biological navigators? The theory wonders if the creatures of the Earth remember a world map that humans have forgotten, their annual journeys a silent, living cartography of the old network. Consider the persistent mysteries of certain geological and meteorological sites. Places like the Bermuda Triangle, the Dragon's Triangle near Japan, or the Zone of Silence in Mexico are infamous for electromagnetic anomalies, strange weather, and navigational confusion. The standard explanations range from methane vents to magnetic peculiarities. But what if these are not random quirks? What if they are damaged or overloaded nodes in the old planetary system? Points where the machinery, shattered and dormant, still occasionally discharges or interferes with modern technology, creating zones of bad magic that are in fact the ghostly spasms of a dead technology. Even the distribution of certain biological phenomena hints at a patterned world. The sudden, synchronized blooming of certain plant species across vast distances, the mysterious fairy circles in deserts and forests that form perfect geometric arrays, the ancient, massive mycelial networks underground that act as neural pathways for forests. All these speak of a planet conducting information and energy in ways we barely comprehend. The Tartarian lens views these not as separate curiosities, but as surviving fragments of the holistic system the old civilization understood and perhaps even cultivated. Their architecture may have been the conscious, magnified mirror of these natural patterns. Then there is the human experience of thin places, locations where people across cultures and epochs report a palpable sense of the sacred, of connection, of time feeling different. These are often ancient sites, mountains, springs, groves, or the locations where cathedrals and temples were later built. The theory suggests these thin places might be natural, powerful nodes in the planetary grid. The old civilization, sensing this, marked and amplified them with their spires and domes. The new civilizations, feeling the same pull but understanding it only as religious awe, built their own shrines on the exact same spots, continuing the tradition of marking the node while forgetting its original technical function. Searching for this living network changes the quest from archaeology to phenomenology, the study of experience. It asks us to pay attention to our own feelings in certain landscapes, to the odd behavior of electronics, to the stories of pilots and sailors about strange readings. It suggests that the evidence for a connected world is not all buried. Some of it is flying overhead, growing underfoot and whispering in the static between stations. The world itself might be the archive, and its living systems, the weather, the wildlife, the very feel of the air at certain crossroads, are the enduring, breathing records of a time when humanity knew how to listen to the planet's song and sing along. The network is not dead. It is sleeping, and its dreams are the anomalies we cannot explain. The alchemy of doubt forging a new mind, we have carried the weight of this mystery across continents and centuries, through skepticism and revelation, arriving now at a final, personal forge. The story of Tartaria, regardless of its factual truth, performs a crucial alchemy upon the mind that engages with it sincerely. It is a catalyst that does not reveal gold in the earth, but transforms the lead of passive acceptance into the gold of active, critical wonder. This final chapter is not about the past, but about the permanent change wrought in the present, the forging of a new mind. The first transformation is in perception. The mind learns to see in layers. It no longer accepts a building as merely a courthouse, a street grid as merely efficient planning, a myth as merely a story. It automatically asks, what is the substrate? What is the pattern beneath the function? What is the older truth beneath the later explanation? This layered vision becomes a default setting, applying to news headlines, political speeches, and cultural trends. The world becomes a palimpsest, and the mind becomes a reader of faint, underlying texts. This is not paranoia, but depth perception for reality. The second transformation is in the relationship with authority. The theory is a masterclass in source criticism. It demonstrates in dramatic fashion how history is curated, how narratives are constructed to serve power, and how inconvenient evidence can be ignored or literally buried. The newly forged mind does not become reflexively contrarian, but it becomes healthily allergic to monolithic stories. It seeks primary sources, looks for financial and political motivations behind official accounts, and understands that consensus is not the same as truth. This mindset is the bedrock of intellectual resilience in an age of information warfare. The third transformation is the integration of intuition with intellect. The journey through Tartaria forces a confrontation with that inexplicable feeling of recognition, that gut-level resonance with certain places and symbols. The rational mind, trained to dismiss such feelings, is compelled to partner with them. The new mind learns to use intuition as a compass, not as a map, but as a pointer saying, dig here. It validates emotional and spiritual responses as data points in their own right, part of the holistic evidence of being human in a mysterious world. Reason plots the course, but intuition whispers where the treasure might be buried. This alchemy also forges a new sense of time. The linear, progressive timeline of school books shatters, replaced by a cyclical, epic sense of depth. The mind begins to operate on a scale of centuries and millennia, understanding that the rise and fall of empires, technologies, and even climates is the rhythm of history. This brings a profound sense of both humility and connection. Our current crises are not unprecedented. They are part of a long pattern. Our achievements are not pinnacles, but perhaps recoveries. This temporal perspective is an antidote to both modern arrogance and despair. Finally, the mystery forges a community of the curious. The mind shaped by this quest no longer feels alone in its questions. It is part of a diffuse, global network of other minds that have undergone the same alchemy. This community communicates in the language of anomalies and patterns, across barriers of language and culture, united not by a shared belief, but by a shared method of inquiry. It is a silent guild of horizon watchers and stone readers. The story of Tartaria, then, is ultimately the story of this forging. The lost civilization may remain lost, but in searching for it we find something else, a sharper, deeper, more connected, and more courageous way of thinking. We exit the story not with a solved puzzle, but with a better tool for puzzling. The world remains mysterious, but we are no longer afraid of the mystery. We are equipped for it. The alchemy is complete. The leaden certainty of a simple past has been transformed into the golden, enduring question that illuminates the present and whatever future we choose to build. The open book, the world after the question, we close the cover of this investigation not on an answer, but on a new and vivid silence. The 30 chapters have been a journey through a labyrinth of whispers, each corridor lined with the echoes of what might have been. We have scrutinized stones and stars, grief and geometry, skepticism and secret longing. Now, as we step back into the common light of day, the world itself feels different. It is not that the mystery has been solved, but that the act of questioning has irrevocably changed the questioner. The story of Tartaria in its entirety leaves us not with a history, but with a transformed present. The world is now an open book, written in a language we are only beginning to decipher. The buildings still stand. The courthouses, the capitals, the grand stations, they have not moved. But they are no longer silent. They hum with a low, persistent inquiry. They are no longer just buildings. They are protagonists in an untold story, their facades a frontispiece to a missing volume. To walk among them now is to walk through a library where the titles on the spines are faded, inviting you to open them and guess at the narrative inside. The city is no longer a mere arrangement of functional spaces. It is a dialogue between epochs, a conversation between the builders who understood the chords of the earth and the inheritors who hear only a faint, haunting melody. The past is no longer a sealed room at the end of a hallway. It is a permeable membrane, a veil. The myths of floods and golden ages are no longer quaint fictions from a childish humanity. They are the desperate, beautiful poetry of survival, the distilled memory of a trauma that reshaped the globe. History is no longer a single authoritative voice lecturing from a podium. It is a chorus, sometimes harmonious, often dissonant, filled with the voices of victors and vanquished, of record keepers and myth weavers, all singing fragments of a song whose complete score is lost. Our task is not to choose the loudest singer, but to listen for the harmony between them. And what of us, the children of the long afternoon? We are no longer merely citizens of our time. We have become time's translators. We hold the twin lenses of proof and wonder, knowing when to use each. We can appreciate the meticulous document that details the shipment of marble for the State House, while also feeling the awe that such a document cannot explain. We are the bridge between the continent of fact and the ocean of mystery, comfortable standing on the shore where both meet. Our role is not to proclaim the truth, but to keep the questions alive, to ensure that the conversation between the past and the present never hardens into dogma. So the entire story of the Tartarian Empire theory ends where all great stories should, with a beginning. It begins with your next glance out the window. It begins with your next walk through an older part of town. It begins with the next old map you see, the next strange weather event, the next piece of folklore you hear. The theory has planted a seed of radical curiosity. The world is asking to be reread. You have been given the grammar of doubt, the vocabulary of pattern, and the narrative of cycles. The book is open. The pages are the streets you walk, the fields you cross, the very sky above. The writing is in the alignment of streets to solstices, in the shape of a leaf that mirrors the geometry of a dome, in the strange feeling of peace in one place and unease in another. You are the reader, and you are also the scribe of the next chapter. Not the chapter of Tartaria, but the chapter of what humanity does with the haunting, beautiful possibility that our story is older, deeper, and infinitely more mysterious than we ever dreamed. The last page is blank. It waits for your question. The unfinished symphony listening for the next note, the open book does not lie still. Its pages, once turned, continue to ripple with a current of their own. The story has no final period, only a series of ellipses that trail off into the hum of the world itself. We have moved from investigation to inheritance to a state of awakened being. Now we encounter the ongoing resonance, the unfinished symphony. This is the theory's final gift, the understanding that history is not a recorded album to be played back, but a live performance, and we have been hearing only one movement. The echoes of Tartaria, real or imagined, train our ears to listen for the next note, the one that follows the great silence. This listening is active. It hears in the crumbling edge of a forgotten cornice not decay, but a sustained chord from an older composition. It hears in the controversy over a new archaeological discovery, a sunken city, a misplaced artifact, not a scholarly debate, but a faint, discordant note trying to find its place in the established score. The climate itself becomes part of the music. The increasing frequency of extreme weather events, the shifting magnetic poles, the strange sounds reported in the sky, these are no longer just data points for scientists. To the attuned ear, they are the groaning of the orchestra tuning up, the deep, unsettling vibrations of the planet's own instrument preparing for a change of key. The symphony is not over. The cataclysm was not a finale. It was a cacophonous, devastating movement. And we are living in the uncertain pause before the next passage begins. Our role shifts from detective to musician. Not all of us play the same instrument. Some are geologists, reading the score written in rock strata. Some are folklorists, translating the lyrical themes passed down through generations. Some are simply quiet observers, feeling the rhythm of the seasons and the pulse of the city, acting as the audience whose attentive silence is part of the performance. The theory of a lost global civilization teaches us that every discipline, every perspective, is a different section of the orchestra. The mistake of the past was that only one section believed it was playing the solo. The truth of the symphony is that it requires all sections, playing from the same ancient, fragmented sheet music, to hear the whole. This changes our relationship to the future. We are not waiting for a predestined end or striving for a utopian climax. We are listening and adapting and trying to play our part in harmony with a theme we are still struggling to hear clearly. The vision of Tartaria as a civilization in conscious resonance with the earth becomes less a historical fact and more a musical instruction. Attacca, proceed without a break. Carry the theme forward. Build, create, and live in a way that adds a coherent, beautiful note to the ongoing composition, rather than a jarring dissonance that might provoke another violent restart from the conductor we cannot see. So the story circles back to where it began, to you listening. The rain on the cobblestones, the wind in the wires, the subsonic rumble of the subway, it is all part of the score. The mystery of Tartaria was never about finding a buried city. It was about uncovering your own capacity to hear the depth in the ordinary noise of existence. The unfinished symphony plays on, in the lattice of an iron bridge, in the echo under a dome, in the quiet determination of a person looking at an old building and wondering, truly wondering, for the first time. The next note is yours to play, or to witness, or simply to await with held breath and open ears. The performance never ended. We just forgot we were in the concert hall. The seed in the ashes, what grows from the fire, a symphony, suggests order, a predetermined score. But the story of a cataclysm speaks of chaos, of a fire that consumes the score and scatters the musicians. From the ashes of the Tartarian narrative, if we sift carefully, we find not just the mournful echo of what was lost, but the hard, vital potential of a seed. The theory in its darkest hour is not about an end, but about a stubborn biological truth. Life, and perhaps civilization itself, is a phoenix. It is programmed to rise. The most important question shifts from what happened to what grows next. And more urgently, what are we planting in the soil of this long winter? The old world, in the theory's vision, was a magnificent, mature forest, a complex, interconnected canopy that blotted out the sky. The cataclysm was the firestorm. It left a landscape of charcoal and silence. The scavenger kings were the first fast-growing weeds, the fireweed and the raspberry thicket, quickly covering the scorched earth with simple, opportunistic life. They fed on the decay, claimed the light, and wrote their own story as the first and only story. But beneath that new, shallow growth, the roots of the old forest were not entirely dead. They waited. The secret keepers were those roots, holding a blueprint for an oak or a redwood in their silent, hidden flesh. Now we stand in a field of weeds that believe they are the permanent forest. Our systems, economic, political, historical, are the thicket. But the pressure from below is growing. The grassroots researchers, the curious, the intuitives, they are the sprouts from the old roots pushing through the thatch. They are not yet trees, but they carry the genetic memory of the canopy. Their work is not to tear down the thicket in anger, but to patiently grow through it, to prove by their very existence that another form of life is not only possible but is remembering itself. This changes the mission from one of excavation to one of cultivation. We are not just digging up artifacts, we are tending sprouts. The cultivation is of ideas, interconnectedness over isolation, harmony over extraction, beauty as a functional principle. It is the cultivation of new old skills, reading landscapes, listening to place, building for permanence and resonance rather than for profit and obsolescence. It is the patient work of relearning the language the stones speak, not to reclaim a dead empire, but to learn its grammar so we can write our own, better poetry. The seed in the ashes is also a seed of hope against the fear of our own time. We look at climate change, at societal fracture, and we see a potential new cataclysm. The Tartarian story tells us this has happened before, not to minimize our crisis, but to arm us with a paradoxical courage. It says, you can survive this. Not all of you and not your current way of life, but the seed will survive. The knowledge of harmony can be preserved even if in fragments. The fire is not the end of the story. It is the brutal, necessary beginning of a new chapter. Our task is not to prevent all fire. That may be impossible. Our task is to be the seed that survives it, and to ensure the blueprint within us is for a forest more resilient, more beautiful, and more deeply rooted than the last. So we return to the world, but not as we left it. We are gardeners in the ashes. We look at the monolithic, orphaned building, and we see not just a mystery, but a lesson in durability. We look at the mud and see not just a grave, but a fertile bed. We carry the story not as a weight of grief, but as a pocketful of seeds. Some we will plant in conversation, some in art, some in the quiet way we choose to live. We may never see the forest. That is not the point. The point is to be the seed, to carry the memory of the canopy, and to grow, however slowly, in its direction. The entire story was the discovery of the seed. The rest is the future waiting to be planted. The map and the territory where we go from here, we have held the map of a forgotten empire in our hands. A map drawn in whispers, in stone, and in the ache of collective memory. We have compared it point by point to the territory of our known world. They do not match. The rivers of history flow through different valleys. The mountain ranges of achievement are in the wrong places. This final dissonance is not a failure of the quest, but its ultimate success. For the true purpose of a map is not to perfectly mirror the ground beneath your feet, but to inspire you to walk, to explore the gaps between the lines, and to discover that the territory is always vaster, stranger, and more wonderful than any chart can contain. The story of Tartaria has given us a map that does not match. And so we must walk. Where do we go from here? We go to the library, but with new eyes. We seek out the oldest local histories, the ones written before the official narrative solidified, looking for the stray mention of ancient foundations or the old people's walls. We go to the oldest part of town and stand very still, not just looking at the buildings, but feeling the space between them, the way the wind funnels down an avenue, the quality of light at a particular hour. We become surveyors of the unseen, using our own senses as instruments to measure the dissonance between the feeling of a place and its documented story. We go to the elders. We listen not just for facts, but for the tone of their stories about the old days, the odd phrases that don't fit. They built that courthouse overnight is not a fact, but a data point of wonder. This whole downtown used to be lower. is not a geological survey, but a folk memory of a different ground level. We collect these not as proofs, but as pieces of an oral map, a cognitive cartography that exists alongside the official one. We compare the two, and in the differences we find the fertile ground for real understanding. We go inward. The most treacherous and rewarding territory is the landscape of our own assumptions. We must map our own credulity. Why do we believe what we believe about the past? Was it evidence or simply repetition? We chart our own emotional reactions, the thrill of the anomaly, the defensiveness of the skeptic, the romantic pull of the lost golden age. Understanding this internal territory makes us better explorers of the external one. We learn when we are following a genuine clue and when we are merely projecting a wished-for path onto the wilderness. Finally, we go forward without the need for a fixed destination. The old map of linear, progressive history promised a clear destination, a future of ever-increasing glory. That map seems false. The Tartarian map offers no destination at all, only the suggestion of a richer, more complex and cyclical landscape. To walk with this new map is to embrace the journey itself as the purpose. It is to find value in the question more than the answer, in the search more than the discovery. It is to become comfortable with being forever a little lost, because being lost means you are in a place your old maps did not prepare you for, and that is where all true discovery begins. So we fold the map of Tartaria and place it in our pocket. We do not discard the official maps, we simply know they are incomplete. We step out the door. The territory is the same as it ever was, the same streets, the same sky, the same old, grand buildings. But we are different. We are navigators of the gap. We carry the silence of the lost world in one ear and the clamor of the present in the other. And in the space between, we hear the faint, guiding sound of our own curiosity, leading us always to the next question, the next anomaly, the next quiet corner of the world that doesn't quite match the story, waiting to tell its own. The journey does not end. It has just learned how to see. The eternal return the cycle in the stones, the grand, silent buildings have been our guides, our suspects, and our anchors. We have asked who built them, when and why. We have projected upon them empires and cataclysms. Now, in the final light, we must let them speak for themselves, not in the language of history, but in the older, slower language of geology and cycle. The ultimate secret the stones might hold is not about Tartaria, but about time itself. They are not relics of a single lost event. They are living records of an eternal return, the slow, breathing rhythm of civilization as a force of nature, rising and falling like mountains themselves. Look at a weathered cornice, the way the carved acanthus leaf has been softened by centuries of rain and wind. That erosion is a story. But is it the story of 200 years or 2,000? The stone does not measure time in years, but in layers of loss. The theory's great provocation is that our dating of these layers might be wrong. The patina of age we see on a 19th century building might be exactly what it appears to be, the genuine wear of many more centuries than we have allotted. The stones submit to time, but they do not confirm our calendars. They operate on a clock of their own, a geological time where a civilization can bloom and fossilize in a stratum we have mislabeled as recent. This introduces the haunting concept of the time slip, not a supernatural event, but a perceptual one. What if the gap between the perceived date of a building and its true age is not a conspiracy, but a collective misalignment? A trauma so vast, like a global cataclysm, could have shattered the continuity of timekeeping. Calendars were lost, seasons became unpredictable, generations lived and died in the murk of after the Great Noise. When a new order finally arose and tried to reconstruct the timeline, they compressed the darkness. The thousand-year golden age and its violent end were squeezed into a century of dark ages, and the still-standing buildings from before the fall were mistaken for the first proud structures of the new dawn. The stones never moved. Our understanding of their place in the sequence did. This view turns civilization into a natural, cyclical phenomenon, like the forest fire and the regrowth. A culture rises, learns to harness the flows of the planet, reaches a dazzling, stable climax, a mature ecosystem in stone and energy. Then, whether through external shock or internal resonance gone wrong, it collapses. The forest burns. The process is not evil or tragic in a cosmic sense. It is simply a phase. The mud flood is the layer of ash and new soil. The scavenger kings are the pioneer species. We are not living in the triumphant, singular human story. We are living in a particular regrowth, one that may be reaching its own canopy, unaware that it is built upon the rich, compacted soil of the last. So what do the stones tell us? They tell us that nothing is permanent and therefore nothing is truly lost. The pattern repeats. The drive to build beautifully, to align with the stars, to seek free energy, to live in harmony. These are not the inventions of a single lost tribe. They are the perennial impulses of the human species when conditions allow, as innate as the maple's impulse to spread its leaves toward the sun. Tartaria, then, is not a place. It is a phase, a season in the great year of humanity. We may have been born in the winter that followed it, taught to believe winter was the natural state and spring was our own brilliant invention. But the stones remember other seasons. Their very presence is a promise that the spring of high civilization returns. Not as a copy of the last, but as a new expression of the same timeless principles. We look at them now not with the sadness of loss, but with the anticipation of recognition. We are not digging for a dead empire. We are reading the rings in the tree of time, learning the rhythm of the seasons of stone. The story ends with the realization that we are not at the end of history, nor were the Tartarians at the beginning. We are all waypoints in a cycle that is older than any name we give it, participants in an eternal return, building our moment in the sun upon the weathered, patient, and silent foundations of all the moments that came before. The last page, a letter to the future, all stories are messages in a bottle. This one, cast into the sea of time from the shores of a puzzled present, is no different. We have composed it from fragments of brick and whispers in archives, from the chill of intuition and the heat of debate. But a bottle must have a recipient. If the theory holds even a grain of truth, then the builders of the old world understood cataclysm. They would have known that stories on paper burn, that data on stone erodes. So perhaps they built their message into something more durable. The land itself, the alignments, the very shapes of survival. This final chapter is not a summary, but a forwarding address. It is our attempt to write the label on the bottle to explain to a future finder, be it our own grandchildren or the survivors of a next great forgetting, what we have begun to suspect and why it matters. To whomever finds this, you are likely living in a world that has its own certainties. You have your history, your founders, your dates carved in triumphal arches. You believe you know your past. We, from what you may call the early 21st century, also believed we knew ours. We are writing now from a place of doubt, which is a kind of hope. We have found cracks in our story, great, ornate buildings that feel older than their birth certificates, global myths that sing in unison of floods and falls, a strange, uniform architecture scattered across continents like the footprints of a single departing giant. We have called this mystery Tartaria, but the name is not important. The pattern is, we suspect that our recorded history is only the most recent layer, that before our time of coal and steam, there was a time of something else, a civilization that worked with the grain of the planet, not against it. They built not just for shelter, but for resonance. Their spires were not just ornament, they were instruments. Their cities were not just collections of buildings, they were living circuits. They fell not to war with each other, but to a conversation with the earth that became a scream. The mud that buried their first floors is our shared soil. We tell you this not so you will dig up our cities and call them yours. We tell you this as a warning and an encouragement. The warning, the heights you achieve are not permanent. The connection between a people and their world is delicate. The technology that empowers you can also erase you, especially if you forget that you are part of the system, not its master. The encouragement, you are not the first. The drive to create beauty, to seek harmony, to understand the music of the spheres, this is not a fleeting dream. It is the deepest impulse of an intelligent species living on a living planet. It has happened before. It can and will happen again. If you are reading this in a time of darkness, know that light has dawned before. If you are reading this in a time of arrogant light, know that darkness has fallen before. The cycle is real. Your task is not to avoid the turn of the wheel, but to build a civilization worthy of being a remembered season in the great year, one that leaves behind not just ruins, but seeds. Look at our oldest, most puzzling structures not as ruins, but as questions in stone. They are your first clue. The alignments are a second. The old stories are a third. Put them together. We have begun the work, but we are trapped in our own season with its own blindness. You will have a different view. Correct our mistakes. Find your own truth. We bequeath to you our curiosity, our doubt, and our growing sense that the world is a story with many more chapters than we can see. Do not accept the last page you are given. There is always another page underneath. The story never ends. It only waits like a seed in the ash for the right reader to come along. With hope from the age of forgotten questions, the curious. The quiet dawn beginning again, the letter is sent. The bottle is adrift. The final page of this inquiry turns, and behind it there is not an end, but a blankness that is not empty. It is the quiet before a word is spoken, the canvas before the first brush stroke, the world in the moment after a long-held breath is released. This is the quiet dawn. It is not the dawn of a day we know, but the first, faint light after a long and story-filled night. In this light, the silhouettes of the old buildings are just shapes against a paling sky. They have given up their secrets, or perhaps they never had the ones we sought. It doesn't matter now. The search itself has remade the morning. In this new quiet, the world is stripped of its labels. That building is no longer a courthouse or a Tartarian relic. It is a form, a collection of shaped materials, a testament to someone's intention. We can appreciate its beauty without the feverish need to categorize its origin. We can feel its age without the anxiety of pinning down a year. The mystery, having been fully entertained, relaxes its grip. We are left not with answers, but with a purified sense of encounter. We see the thing itself, glorious and strange, free from the weight of our narratives. This is the gift of the long journey, the return to a beginner's mind. A child looks at a grand building and simply feels big and old. After walking the path of Tartaria, we can return to that feeling, but enriched. We feel the bigness with an understanding of the immense labor and forgotten science it might represent. We feel the oldness with a visceral sense of deep, cyclical time. The wonder is no longer naive. It is chosen. We have consciously set aside the known story to recover the raw experience of awe. And so we begin again. Not a new investigation, but a new way of being in a world that is once again full of potential. The past is no longer a locked door, but a vast and shadowy landscape we are allowed to wander in our imaginations, without the pressure to draw a perfect map. The future is no longer a narrow track laid down by the past, but an open field. If civilizations rise and fall in great cycles, then our own task is not to prevent the cycle, but to make our turn of the wheel meaningful, to build, create, and live with a grace that might leave behind not just usable rubble for scavengers, but inspiration for the next dawn's builders. The quiet dawn is personal. It is the moment you step outside and the air smells of rain and earth, and the history of the land feels present but not oppressive. It is the decision to learn a forgotten craft, not to prove a point, but to feel a connection to hands that may have worked similar stone in an unknown time. It is the choice to plant a tree whose growth will outlast the current political era, a quiet act of faith in a future you will not see. The story of Tartaria in all its sprawling speculation was a long night of the soul for our certainty. It questioned every pillar. Now the night is over. We are not left in darkness. We are left in the cool, clear, and infinitely promising light of a quiet dawn, where everything is possible because we have admitted we do not know everything. The buildings stand. The sky lightens. The first bird calls. A new day, indistinguishable in many ways from all the days before, but profoundly different to the one who has learned to see it with eyes washed clean by mystery, is here. We begin again. The fabric woven a single thread of understanding the quiet dawn reveals not just objects, but connections. The grand, solitary building is no longer an island of mystery. In the new light, we see the threads. They are faint, almost invisible, but they are there, linking the architecture to the lay of the land, the myth to the weather pattern, the folk memory to the genetic drift. The theory of Tartaria in its fullest expression was never about an empire. It was about perceiving the world as a single, complex fabric. Our modern mindset had torn this fabric into separate swatches: history, science, art, folklore. The journey has been an attempt to lay the pieces side by side and suspect, with a growing thrill that they are not separate at all. They are all part of the same weave. Look at the Star Fort. To the military historian, it is a diagram of defensive geometry. To the geologist, it sits on a particular rock formation. To the folklorist, it is a fairy ring or a place of the old lights. To the climatologist, the region might have a unique microclimate. To the theorist, these are not separate facts. They are descriptions of the same phenomenon from different angles. The fort is a defensive structure because it sits on a powerful energy node that needed protection and regulation. The folklore remembers the lights because the node was active. The unique geology might be the reason the node exists there. The fabric is whole. We just inherited the torn pieces and were told they were different blankets. This changes the nature of knowledge itself. We are taught to specialize, to dig deep into one small square of the fabric. The Tartarian perspective urges us to step back. It asks the architect to talk to the geophysicist. It asks the historian to listen to the botanist about what was growing there. It asks the geneticist to consider the folk tales of the people whose DNA they sequence. Truth, this view suggests, is not at the bottom of a deep, narrow well. It is in the pattern that appears when you look at all the wells from a great height. The feeling of something missing in our standard history is the feeling of seeing only disconnected threads and sensing, intuitively, that there is a larger, more beautiful tapestry they should form. Our own time, with its crises of climate and disconnection, is a direct result of seeing the world as separate pieces. We treat the atmosphere, the economy, and culture as unconnected systems. The old world, as imagined in the theory, might have fallen because its connections became too intense, too resonant and shattered. But we are falling because we have severed the connections entirely. We are not a fabric, we are a pile of scraps. The longing for Tartaria, then, is a longing for reintegration. It is a homesickness for a state of being where everything was understood to be part of a single living system. So the work ahead is not archival, but holistic. It is the work of weaving. It is the school project that combines local history with physics and art. It is the community garden that studies the soil history alongside planting heirloom seeds. It is the citizen science project that maps weather anomalies against old land use maps. We become weavers, taking the strong, bright thread of a documented fact, the faded, precious thread of an old song, the sturdy, hidden thread of a geological fault, and braiding them together to see what pattern emerges. We may not recreate a lost civilization, but we might rediscover a lost way of knowing. That to understand a thing, you must understand its relationship to everything else. The fabric was never destroyed. We just forgot how to see the weave. The story ends with the first, tentative pull of a new thread, connecting one forgotten point to another, and beginning, stitch by patient stitch, to make the world whole again in our understanding. The unbroken line hand to hand through time, the buildings are not the only messengers. In the silent spaces between the stone, another transmission has been occurring, more subtle and more enduring than any empire. It is passed not in books or blueprints, but in the movement of a hand shaping clay, in the angle of a chisel against wood, in the rhythm of a stitch. This is the unbroken line of craft, the tactile, muscle-deep knowledge that flows from master to apprentice across generations, surviving even when languages are forgotten and cities fall. The theory of a lost golden age finds its most humble and powerful evidence not in the palace, but in the workshop. For the hands remember what the mind has forgotten. Consider the mason, the man who today repairs the crumbling cornice of a century-old courthouse may not know why the original profiles were cut so deep, or why the mortar mix feels different. But his hands know. They have been taught by old hands, who were taught by hands that may have worked on the building's first restoration, inheriting techniques that felt right. The specific swing of the hammer, the method for dressing stone to make it sing when struck, the instinct for choosing which grain to follow, these are unspoken lineages. Could some of these techniques be far older than the building itself? Could they be the living, manual memory of working with the megalithic stones of a prior epoch? adapted to smaller blocks but preserving the core wisdom of how to marry stone to stone so it lasts 1,000 years. Look at the blacksmith. The intricate, flowing ironwork of a 19th century fence or a grand dome's support web is a language in metal. The techniques for forging such unity of strength and delicacy did not spring from nothing. They descend. The theory wonders if the sudden, spectacular flourishing of ornamental ironwork in the 1800s was not an invention, but a rediscovery. Perhaps surviving artisans from the old world or their immediate apprentices found employment in the new regimes, their skills suddenly in demand to repair and replicate the astounding metalwork found on the half-buried structures. Their hands knew the old ways. The designs they produced felt timeless because in a very real sense they were. This line extends to the land itself. The farmer rotating crops according to an almanac based on moon phases. The vintner knowing which slope makes the best wine by the taste of the soil. The brewer whose fermentation process relies on the endemic yeast in the stones of the cellar. These are all keepers of place-specific knowledge that often predates written records. They are working with the genius loci, the spirit of the place, a concept that the old civilization, in the theory's view, would have understood not as poetry, but as practical science. The modern world standardizes, but the craft tradition localizes and remembers. This unbroken line is the true resistance to the great forgetting. Books burn, maps are redrawn, but the skill in the hands is harder to erase. It is taught in silence, by showing, by doing. It is the deepest archive we have. When you see a perfect stone arch, you are not just looking at engineering. You are looking at a chain of knowledge passed from hand to hand, potentially across a chasm of catastrophe. The mason who laid that stone may have known nothing of Tartaria, but his technique might be its last living whisper. Our task, then, is to become apprentices, to value the old craftsman not just as a provider of services, but as a potential repository of deep time. To listen to the way they talk about materials, about feel, about rightness. These are not just quirks. They are the vocabulary of an embodied history. By learning to work with our hands, to carve, to sew, to forge, to build, we do more than make things. We plug ourselves into the unbroken line. We become a living link between a past we may never fully understand and a future that will need these skills to build its own world, hopefully with more reverence and beauty. The story does not end in a library or a buried city. It continues in the calloused hand of a potter turning clay, in the steady gaze of a carpenter fitting a joint, in the patient breath of a glassblower, a quiet, enduring defiance against the erosion of time, hand to hand to hand. The resonance of place the land remembers beyond the hands that shape. There is the thing being shaped upon, the land itself. The theory of an integrated civilization suggests that the old builders did not choose their locations randomly. A hill, a confluence of rivers, a particular alignment of bedrock. These were not just scenic backdrops or strategic strongholds. They were chosen for their resonance, for the way the land itself hummed with a particular frequency. The grand buildings are not impositions upon the landscape. They are amplifications of it. And the land, patient and enduring, has not forgotten its role. It still resonates, and if we are still, we can feel it. Walk into the grand rotunda of an old state capital. Stand in the very center under the dome. For many, there is a physical sensation, A slight pressure in the ears, a feeling of the sound changing, a sense of being both exposed and held. Acoustically, these spaces are marvels. A whisper from one side can be heard on the other. The official explanation is architectural genius. But the theory wonders if the genius was in finding the spot where such acoustics were naturally latent, and then building the dome to perfect and magnify what was already there. The land had a voice. The building gave it a mouth. This resonance extends outward. The long, straight avenues that radiate from these old cores are not just for grand processions or efficient traffic. They act as channels, like soundboards focusing vibrations. People often report feeling different when walking these avenues, a sense of being drawn toward the center, or a strange clarity of mind. We dismiss it as the psychology of impressive vistas. But what if the vista is impressive because it follows a natural line of force? The builders may have been less like architects and more like acupuncturists, placing their stone needles along the meridians of the continent. Even the star forts, when visited, have a peculiar atmosphere. Their geometric precision creates a strange silence within the bastions, a deadening of sound that feels unnervingly focused. Birds often nest thickly in them. Local legends consistently attach to them as places of power or strange lights. Modern dowsers and geomancers claim to measure intense energy fields there. The scientific skeptic scoffs and rightly demands measured data. Yet the consistency of the human and animal experience at these sites is its own data. The land, shaped into those perfect geometries, seems to behave differently. So what do we do with this? We learn to be still. The methodology becomes one of phenomenology, of direct, personal experience stripped of preconception. Go to one of these places. Don't just read the plaque. Sit. Be quiet. Listen with your whole body. Note the quality of the light, the behavior of the animals, the way the wind moves, the feel of the ground underfoot. Keep a journal of these sensations. Compare notes with others who have done the same, at the same site or at similar ones across the world. You are not measuring volts or Teslas. You are measuring the human experience of place, which is the very thing the old builders were likely seeking to enhance. The land remembers. It remembers the weight of the stones that once channeled its breath. It remembers the paths of the old energies. Our concrete and asphalt have muffled it, but not silenced it. The resonance of place is the theory's most intangible and most personal evidence. It cannot be photographed or carbon dated. It can only be felt. And in feeling it, we make the most profound connection of all. We realize we are not separate from the land we live on. We are participants in its resonance. The buildings were bridges. The cataclysm broke the bridges. But the land still sings on both sides of the river, and if we listen, we might just remember the tune. The new myth, the story we need now, we stand at the end of our telling, but also at a beginning. The facts may remain elusive, the evidence forever circumstantial. But something significant has been birthed in the collective mind, regardless of historical truth. Tartaria has transcended theory and entered the realm of modern myth. Not myth as falsehood, but myth as a foundational story that gives shape to our deepest anxieties and highest hopes. It is a narrative we have crafted from the ruins of our own confusion, a story we need now, in this time of upheaval and forgotten connections. Every age gets the myth it requires. The 20th century had the myth of linear progress, a rocket ship arcing forever upward. That myth is cracking under the weight of ecological and social collapse. We need a new story, one that can accommodate fall, resilience, and cyclical return. Tartaria provides that. It is a myth of grandeur and humility. It tells us we have been great before, but that greatness is not a permanent possession. It is a phase in a longer dance with the planet. This takes the pressure off our present panic. We are not failing the singular destiny of mankind. We are navigating a turn in a cycle that has been navigated before. This myth doesn't justify inaction. It contextualizes our action within a grand, repeating pattern, making the work of building sustainably feel less like a unique burden and more like taking our rightful, responsible place in a timeless rhythm. It is also a myth of integration. Our world is painfully fractured, mind from body, humanity from nature, science from spirit. The Tartarian vision, whether real or imagined, depicts a world where these were one. The technology was sacred. The buildings were alive with the land's energy. This is a powerful corrective to our fragmentation. It offers a vision of wholeness to strive toward, a North Star for a culture lost in specialization and alienation. The myth doesn't demand we believe in literal energy domes, but it encourages us to seek technologies that heal rather than exploit, to design buildings that nurture rather than merely shelter, to see knowledge as a web, not a series of isolated silos. Furthermore, it is a myth of empowerment against monolithic authority. In an era of distrust in institutions, media, and official narratives, Tartaria is the ultimate story of the cover-up. It validates the instinct that the powers that be are not telling us the whole story. But crucially, it channels that distrust not into nihilism, but into grassroots research, into looking at the primary evidence. The stones, the maps, the old photos with our own eyes. It turns the citizen into a historian, the passerby into an archaeologist. It is a democratic myth, suggesting that truth is not handed down from experts, but pieced together by the curious from the fragments the experts have overlooked or dismissed. Ultimately, the new myth of Tartaria is a story about memory. It is about the fear that we have forgotten something vital and the hope that we can remember it. This resonates at a soul level. We feel in our bones that our modern world is spiritually and aesthetically shallow. The myth gives that feeling a name and a history. It says your longing for more beauty, more meaning, more connection is not a personal failing. It is a racial memory. You are remembering a world that knew how to do this. Now go and build it again, but in your own way. So we do not close the book on Tartaria. We recognize that the book was never about the past. It was always a mirror. The lost civilization we have been searching for is not behind us. It is ahead of us. It is the potential future we glimpse when we imagine integrating our technology with our spirits, our cities with our planet, our individual curiosity with our collective memory. The story we need now is not of a paradise lost, but of a wholeness waiting to be regained. The myth of Tartaria is the map for that journey, drawn in the only ink that lasts, the indelible ink of human wonder. The telling is over. The living of the new story begins.